and the Sunston Crumb.
You know, last night I had an epiphany. A realization, one might say. I decided something. I committed. A decidation has been made. And that is, officially, I want to take a new stance as a streamer and commit to the game. That's right. It's time I stop playing fence sitting at a professional level. It's time I ruffle some feathers. It is time that I take a stand for what I believe in as a streamer, as a creator, as an artist. And so, today, I'm going to officially announce that I think leveling up in D&D fucking sucks, bro. And we need to fix it. Yeah. I'm not going to be nice anymore. I'm sorry, man. Leveling up in D&D sucks. Every time I hear... I've never heard somebody ever, besides Thorkin, tell me about leveling up in their game where I've been like, oh, wow, that's awesome, dude. It's always been like... Resident Sleeper... Oh, you just wake up the next morning and pow, you know Fireball. What do you mean you wake up the next morning and now you know Fireball? It's bullshit. Also, milestone EXPR for the week. Anyway, so welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD for a fantastic day. It is indeed Thursday, the 15th of June. We're halfway through our first month of the fitness challenge. That's right. I've seen exactly who in the guild is committed, who is going out there on adventures, and who is sitting at home playing an extra amount of Diablo. And I'm proud of both of you. So, what's up, Viddy? Good to see you, Cal. What's up, Dogness? Zibsy? How you doing, Garthin? What's up, guys? Good to see you, Bylong. Bylong, how you doing, bro? Blaze, thank you for the 25 months. That's a long time, bro. And the Sunstone. PogChamp. What's up, Sienna? Good to see you. Sam, my friend, Thorkin. What's going on, busy? How you doing, guys? And Steph, of course, here early. Steph, the corporate Moj, doing corporate Moj things, who we could talk as much shit about as we want right now. Because let's face it, she's in a meeting. All right? You know the rule about, like, disrespecting mods, right? You're not allowed to disrespect the mods in this channel unless they aren't here. That's right. You're not allowed to shit talk or disrespect anyone who's currently here. But if they're not here, range is open, man. I can't stop you. I mean, what am I gonna do? Moderate my own chat? That fucking imagine. Holy shit. It's good to see you guys. I'm stoked. Today's gonna be a good day. I want to have a deep discussion about class mechanics, about leveling up, and the fantasy of being each class. While I think we might finish a very important piece to me, close to my heart anyway. So do it again. Ah shit. I have to do the whole intro again. We'll have a seamless transition to OBS. We'll haven't slipped the, but yeah, I did. I'm still on Streamlabs. I didn't do it last night. I didn't. Nope. I was like, I'm gonna have time to do this. Then life was like, no. So I don't know, man. As you can see, I spent the entire night playing with Yuna. There's her frisbee and her chew. So I don't know, man. I don't know what you expect from me, but whatever it is, it should be less. Are you finally gonna grow a mustache? Why would I grow a mustache? I don't think I can grow a mustache very convincingly anyway. I could, but I don't know. I don't think I look good with facial hair. I want to. I want to be one of those attractive men with like a 5 o'clock shadow the entire time, just like stubble all day. But I think I have two problems. I think it's too patchy, and I think I'm too fat. So once I like lose the rest of my weight, and I don't look like a fucking snowman, maybe it'll look better. But also I need to lift more weights and become more of a manly man so that my testosterone shoots my beard into the moon. Till then, what are we gonna do besides our best? So, Might and Magic series of video games force you to find and pay a trainer in order to level up. Would that be more narratively satisfying? Yes. Formal, that's what I do. I force my players to find their level. All right? You wake up. You got enough EXP to take your next level. What do? And I ask the players that. I say, what do you do, man? You feel like you can advance in your talents as a bard, as a ninja, as a cat girl, whatever it is. Fuck, I don't know. What do you do? Tell me your story. Tell me a tale of how you find the training, the mastery of your level. And look, at very low levels, it's very easy. You can have a great, crazy story of like, I listen to the call of the elements, and in my dream, I see a vision of a spirit wolf. And as the spirit wolf runs through the town, I follow it. Ghostly shades of the townsfolk remain. Is this a vision? Is it reality? Find my way down to the local Spirit Creek, as every town has. I swim. I swim across time and space to find The ancient talking willow. Not the one from Diablo with heads hanging from it. The nice homely one from Pocahontas. That one. And I learn and beseech upon thee the secrets of druidism and druidcraft. All right. And sometimes it's as easy as I don't know, man. I go find the local paladins and I say, hey, I'm interested in learning some new skills and abilities to help cleanse this island of the abyss, and then they can train you. So it can be as in-depth or not. It gets more in-depth as you level up. As you get higher and higher and higher, there are less and less opportunities for you to learn how to get your next level. I mean, what do you do when there's very few, like in Eldara and on Teleria specifically, there are very few people who are above the like 12th level. Like if you're like a 10th level hero of some variety in some class, you're like a well-known figure. If you're in that like 10 to 15 level, you're like you're a top G, man. You got a Bugatti, you're just chilling, right? But if you're above that, yeah, you have to start like beseeching ancient powers and trying to find lost knowledge and archives and whatever. And it's a lot of fun. I've never had any players dislike doing that, except for one, but they turned out to be a problem anyway. So I kicked them out of the group, you know? So fuck them. They don't matter. Right? They also drank an absurd amount of Orange Crush. Yeah, they also that should have been a sign from the beginning. When they would come to D&D every day with 2-liter bottles of Orange Crush, they would drink 4 liters of Orange Crush usually. Well, they wouldn't finish their second bottle. They'd finish the first bottle, and then they would go through most of the second bottle. So they'd probably drink like 3 liters of Orange Crush every D&D. So and the bro would just eat cream cheese. Just straight cream cheese with a spoon. Fucking weirdo, man. So there were signs. Listen, there were other signs in addition to this person being a problem player, besides them not enjoying my level up mechanic. But besides that, besides the point. Anyway, this is like somebody out there is like, oh, I eat cream cheese at D&D and drink Orange Crush, man. Come on, why are you shit talking me? That's fine. It's fine. Your D&D snacks are your own business. I have no interest in it. So yeah, I like to force my players to find their levels. So does this apply to chatters too, or just you? Always just me, unfortunately. Yeah, the standard is always me and me alone. Viddy, you get to sit here and enjoy your day. I'm the one with the high standards placed on me. So should talk away. Anyway. I was thinking about an in your moment of need style level up, but basically milestone, but happens when you are pushed to the limit, such as mid BBEG fight. Nah, I hate that shit. Nah, man, I want like those heroic moments are cool, but I want there to be a story behind your progression as a character, you know? So unless there is some kind of divine intervention, which would be kind of cool. You could tell me there'd be a cool story of like, Evan, we just got our 16th level. We're fighting the dragon in the morning. We're on the mountainside. We're not going anywhere. Can I take the entire night praying and not rest? Try and beseech my god, Ironmouse-san, to imbue me with the powers of God and anime. And I might say yes. Anyway, is this fantasy or is this reality? Back to lurking. Okay, all right, chill. Anyway, that is a lot of Orange Crush. That is an unfortunate amount of Orange Crush. So, it's also expensive too. So, man is single-handedly keeping Orange Crush in the market. Also, like, why are Orange Crush? Like, who seeks out Orange Crush? Orange Crush is the soda that you take when your mom goes to Costco and she buys the Crush like flat that has Orange Crush. It has Grape Crush, and it has Crush Cream Soda, and then Mug Root Beer. You know, like the Bulldog on it? It's got those 4. Orange, Grape, Cream Soda, and Mug Root Beer. The Orange Crush is the one where you go to, it's in the fridge, and you're like, I guess I want a soda, you know? Mom bought the flat. The Grape Crush is already gone. Do I want a root beer? Do I want an Orange Crush? I'll have an Orange Crush. Why not? That's when you drink Orange Crush. I've never met somebody who like goes to 7-Eleven. And they're like, where? And the cashier's just like, where's what, sir? Where is it? What do you mean, sir? What are you looking for? The Orange Crush, of course. Where's the Orange Crush? It's in the back. Pass the chocolate milk. Good. They rip it open. You know, like that dude from the fucking YouTube video that kicks the sandwich out of the guy's hand. Just rip the door open. Grab the Orange Crush. Slam 2 bottles, 4 liters of Orange Crush on the table. Drop some coins and crumpled up Washingtons, and then leaves. I don't know anybody who's like been passionate about Orange Crush except for that guy. So I'd probably drop a pizza on his toe. Wait, shoes. Toppings down, then he ate it. He ate it? DD players be nasty, man. Dude, imagine how much money we would have saved if we knew about Costco pizza when we were playing D&D as teenagers. Imagine, dude, if we didn't have to order Panago, we could just stop by Costco and buy like a giant fucking Costco pizza for like $8 instead of buying like, you know, all large pizzas and spending like $40. We could have all eaten for $8 instead of $40 every night. Fuck that shit. Leveling mid-fight seems like a way to take a long fight and make it even longer. I like the idea, but I don't know how to play that out effectively. You'd have to have a master player who could level up in the time that it takes for their initiative to rotate around, which I trust very few people to do that. There's honestly, there's only one person, Viddy, that I would trust to do that in all the people I've played D&D with. There's only one person I would trust to level up that fast, and that's Dashto. That's it. He's the only person I trust with that. So, the table in the Game Master supplement from 2nd edition that depicts the population of a leveled character per million with approximately 256 10th level people per 1 million average people. Yeah, I mean, I think I like low power games in general, I think, where high power, because the problem is once you have high power running around very casually, it kind of changes the dynamic of what's important and what matters in the world and what doesn't matter. When there's like thousands of 10th level people running around the world, well, who cares? Like, why do you have to go save the world, right? You know? But when there's like few people, like Yurna, the Witch of the North, is the most powerful sorceress in... She's the most powerful of her class, of the sorcerer class in Teleria, okay? And she's 14th level. That's like a big deal, you know? That's a fucking big deal. Mug, not even A&W. Yeah, Mug root beer. I don't mind Mug, man. I don't hate any root beer. I'm a root beer connoisseur. At least I was before I stopped eating sugar and carbs and tried to be healthy. But I was a root beer connoisseur, and I will be one day again. And I find them all to be different and none of them to be particularly offensive. So now Lemon Crush, on the other hand, this is a song about, wait. There's Lemon Crush. There's no Lemon Crush. That's bullshit. This is some like dry English humor right here, Sam. There is no Lemon Crush. All right, listen. There's Pineapple Crush. There's Strawberry Crush. But there is no Lemon Crush. I call shenanigans on you, sir. Rip Costco combo pizza, dude. Did they get rid of it? Oh man, A&W's gone downhill. I drink craft root beers and cream sodas now. A&W root beer is still good, I think, because it's maybe it's different in the US, but in Canada at least they use like cane sugar, and it's good shit, man. I like it. Just got here root beer. Yes, Cobalt. What is your go-to root beer for Dungeons and Dragons? We were talking about my friend who, well, not friend, but one of the D&D players I used to play with that didn't like my leveling up system. The only D&D player to ever not like my leveling up system was a gentleman who would drink 2 2-liter bottles of Orange Crush every D&D. And I don't know who, that's 4 liters of Orange Crush. It wouldn't finish the second bottle. It's more like 3 liters of Orange. That's 3 liters of Orange Crush. All right, in one D&D session. Every single week, he'd come to D&D with 2 2-liter bottles of Orange Crush and 1 Philadelphia cream cheese and a spoon. I'm pretty sure it was the same spoon every week. That was disgusting. But he would just eat his cream cheese and then drink his Orange Crush. And Ella knows exactly what I'm talking about, man. We didn't play with them with him for that long, but yeah, Ella knows exactly who the fuck I'm talking about too. So anyway, Costco only has pepperoni and cheese near me. That common pizza slap. They had a wait with what on it? Because I'm a purist when it comes to pizza. There's only 2 pizzas that I really adore. It's a straight pepperoni or the Pizza Hut. I think it's called the Canadian. Wait, is it called the Canadian? It has mushroom and bacon on it as well. Pizza Hut Canadian pizza. The Canadian pizza has, yeah, mushroom and bacon on it. Mushroom, bacon, pepperoni, and then like cheese and stuff. Yeah. Those are the only 2 pieces that I like. I think I'm a purist, man. I don't like it crazy with pizza. I don't like you know, I'm not a big person to enjoy like, and you know what? I also don't like real pizza too. If you take me to some like fancy like I don't know, bar or whatever, you know how like bars all have fancy pizzas? It's like, oh, let's get a margarita pizza. Oh, let's get something with like basil leaves on it and like giant medallions of cheese or whatever. I'm like, stop. It's pizza. Let me go to Costco and buy the Costco pizza. All right, leave me in peace. He is circling my stream rewind. We're going down the drain, Dogness, the entire day. So I don't know what you expect here. I can see there may not be Lemon Crush, but there is still a song about it linked in stream topics called a song about Lemon Crush. Okay. All right. Okay. Had onion, green pepper, black olives, pepperoni, sausage, and mushroom. Pretty good. Too many green peppers for me though. Unfortunately, yeah, that's. Did I ever tell you the story of when Verona threatened to break up with me when I ordered a Chicago pizza cut into slices? Did you tell me the story of the time that Verona threatened to break up with you when you ordered a Chicago pizza cut into slices? Did you mend the argument by naming your cat after a candy bar? Because if so, masterfully done, Steph. Masterfully done. But no, you did not tell me that story. Why? You know, I've never had a Chicago pizza. Yeah, Chicago pizzas are like the deep dish ones, right? Where everything's like upside down for some dumb reason. I've never had one in my entire life. I've never had. I've been places that have had them. Probably, you know, people are gonna be like, "Oh no, Chicago! You can only get it in Chicago." Like, shut up. You can get it anywhere. Like, you go to Las Vegas, man. Somebody has some of that shit going on. All right, yo, what's up, Zoot? How's it going? Thank you for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. Yo, what is up, Zoot? How'd your stream go, buddy? What were you doing today? Tell me your stories, tell me your tales, inspire me, Zoot. We're still in the intro, so we're not doing much of the requires inspiration. But once we're done with the intro, oh boy, are we gonna need some inspiration. So yeah, how's stream go, buddy? Drew an elf. All right, nice. What class? Tell me. I'm invested now. But yeah, no, it's like video. They say you only have to go to Chicago to get deep dish pizza or Chicago pizza or whatever.
Clarification.
All right, hit me.
Deep dish is like the Eiffel Tower.
Okay.
It's the tourist trap.
Okay.
Tavern style thin crust pizza is true Chicago pizza.
Okay, look, I'll take your word for it. You're the man. All right, that's fine. You know, sure. I've not tried either, unfortunately. So I don't know, man. Chicago style, New York style. Y'all got some pizza stuff going on. I got Costco style up here. All right, I live in the mountains, man. There's fucking bears and shit. I can smell smoke right now because my window's open. All right, this morning I saw 2 squirrels fighting in a tree. All right. I saw a raven so big the other day that it could have probably killed and eaten my dog. Like, I'm far away from civilization, you gotta remember here. All right? Yeah, man. Thank you, Genzu, for the raid. I appreciate that. I don't give NPCs player classes, but Druid fits best. I guess that's what I was asking for. It's more the vibe. Druids are cool. I like drawing Druids because they have a lot of interesting materials on them. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Next time Dashto plays a Druid, I'm drawing it. All right? No one tell Dashto or else he'll reroll to Druid tomorrow. So, next time he plays a Druid, I'm going to draw his Druid for him. Because, yeah, drawing Druids, that's fun. I think they've got cool materials and vibes to them, you know? Deep Dish Calzone in Chicago was dang good, but then I was a tourist, so it still checks out. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the tourist traps. There's nothing wrong with being tourists in places. In fact, Ella and I were gonna go back to we're gonna go take a bunch of trips on the weekends to the city that I was born in, Calgary. And we decided we're going to do the touristy stuff. We're going to go do the Calgary Tower. We're going to go to the Calgary Zoo. We're going to do all sorts of touristy shit and just see like what it's like to be a tourist in our neck of the woods again, because we haven't done that since we were probably 12. So, nothing wrong with the tourist traps. All right. They're unless you're in Kyoto and a small Japanese man is convincing you that he is a Buddhist monk, but he's on the side of the street, and if you don't pay him 5,000 yen for a stupid bead necklace, then he's gonna, I don't know. Well, I don't know, man. I didn't stick around long enough to find out how that ended. Anyway, did you just call pizza charcuterie? Is pizza technically just warmed up charcuterie? Leader of a grove that serves a farming community that feeds an entire city of 14 million people stuck on a city-sized asteroid. Wait, that's actually metal. Wait, that's sick. That's like, dude, using druidcraft to increase farming yields is a vibe. That's like the kind of fantasy I want to hear about. So, damn, bro. Damn. I dig it. Anyway, so yeah, today we're going to be drawing probably an astral sage or something. We gotta do a little warm up. Maybe we'll do something druidy for our warm up today. I'm kind of feeling that. Also, or maybe we'll do some color work. I don't know. I do need to warm up today because I haven't really done much drawing yet today. I kind of woke up a little bit late and had to help Ella clean up the house today. This morning. So what are we gonna do today? Do we want to do color something in or make something? Well, let's do something new. Let's do like a druid charm or something like that. I'm kind of feeling today. But anyway, yeah. So I want to talk about class progression today. I want to maybe start designing some class progressions so that there are some example class progressions for players in Eldara who want to sort of take the, take the plunge and do something very like canonical and in world. Because I've had this debate in my mind whether or not I should do things for a canonical approach in Eldara or not. And I had a bit of a realization. Let me take you through the emotional turmoil that was this realization. You guys tell me if you think it is reasonable or not. I've always had this idea of like maybe like an overly stepping amount of humility over my project. Never assuming anyone would want to sort of take part in it or play in the world or whatever. And I think that you need to have like a level of not arrogance, but confidence that somebody wants to actually that people want to value your project basically if you're going to do it. Otherwise, why would you do it? So I've kind of come around on that a little bit, and I've thought, okay, maybe the Eldara canonical experience is worthwhile. And to be fair, I was sort of presented with a lot of resistance to that earlier on in my streaming career, where a lot of people were saying like, whether they meant to or not, kind of showing me that the individual canon of the world wasn't that important to them, and that nobody would really be interested in playing a canonical experience for Eldara, that they all had their own stories they wanted to tell. And so as a world builder, your best role that you can sort of assume is to step back to the side and not get in the way of anyone's stories. And I believe that to a certain extent still. But part of me also realized something that, it took me a while, and definitely as a player of games, I have not felt it until I started making the game. And I realized that anyone who says they know what they want is full of absolute dog shit. And nobody actually knows what they want. Wait, why am I wrong? Wait, hold up. There we go. Nobody actually knows what they want. And it's up to you to tell them what they want. Show them something cool and say, hey, you want to play this? And then the people will say, cool, yeah, I want to play that. And that took me a while to realize, man. That took me a while to realize that everyone will say they know what they want so that you feel like you have some sort of control over your destiny. But at the end of the day, you don't know what you fucking want. None of us do. You want the game or the movie or the cool thing to show you what you want, what you didn't know you wanted. So I'm going to have a little more confidence in maybe the Eldaran story and make some more canonical Eldaran storylines. And so, in doing so, I'm going to make a canonical sort of progression for various classes. Where if you want to play like a canonical progression of a paladin, here's a story that you can tell, that your DM can play out for you, I guess. Where you can offer your players when you play Eldara, say, hey, do you want to play the canonical progression for the paladin, or do you want to make up your own story? Depending on how much involvement somebody wants in their own story, which some players like. Some players like to say to the DM, hey, I'd really like to tell a story about me overcoming my fears of talking to girls and then going to the anime convention and talking to the hot girl who's cosplayed as Miku. And you're like, damn, okay, got it. You know, and your job as DM is just to help them fulfill that fantasy. But sometimes, and a lot of times, players don't really want to design their own story. They want to be told a story. And that's, you know, that's part of the fun of reading a book or watching a movie or playing games, that you're told an awesome story. And so I want to give an opportunity for DMs to do that on an almost canonical way for each class. So I want to have maybe 2 or 3 different sort of progressions available for each class where you can, you know, go through a storyline more or less that is the canonical heroic rogue or the canonical heroic whatever, depending on where the journey starts, which is in the Shattered Sea for this one. So I want to talk a little bit about today the maybe that progression and figure out what it means and what it would look like to do a satisfying progression as each class. Which to do so, we really have to boil down and figure out what is the core of the class fantasy per class that we're sort of looking at here. What is the reason why anybody chooses a rogue or a druid, or, you know, the main reason people play paladins or fighters, and figure out how we can sort of like serve most people within that class, you know? I wrote a whole book for the setting, just doing art for it. That's sick. That dude is the way to do it, I think, if you're an artist. That you'll never, it's like, anyone who's ever said they have artist block and don't know what to draw, I'm like, bro, you need to write some stories for yourself, you know? Because once you have like an entire setting, an entire, you know, story and everything like that, you never run out of projects to do. You always have too many projects to do. So, Thin Crust Pizza is just giant soggy cracker in the making. Let's see, is Thin Crust Pizza a soggy cracker in the making? You must be getting some pretty shitty Thin Crust Pizza, but yeah, I dig it. Are there subclasses or character arcs? Character arcs. These are progressions. These are stories of progressions of you as the canonical class finding your level. So, for instance, a story of intrigue and spycraft for the rogues. A story of the restoration of the druidic arts in the Shattered Sea. A story of the Aldarian Knights training lineage extending to yourself as a fighter. A story of the Paladin orders unifying and uncovering ancient magics that binds their order differences together via a new insight into the magics of the light. Whatever it is. A story that you can like this is really like if people who've played MMOs will know exactly what I'm talking about. People who haven't played MMOs, you have to like I don't know how to describe it really all that well yet, but I'm figuring it out. I'm learning. But like if you've ever played World of Warcraft and you remember the class order halls in Legion, or if you've ever played Final Fantasy 14 and you remember the class stories for you leveling up, those are like archetypical stories that really highlight. They're stories that highlight the cool parts of the class that you picked and that you chose. And I want to make sort of canonical versions of that, if that makes sense. Whereby selecting those stories will give you sort of a connection to the world as like, oh, and when the druids restored the, you know, the Azure Grove to the Shattered Sea and thus, you know, reinstated the elemental forces that were lost to the Abyss, you were the druid that did that, more or less. Things like that, along those lines, right? I'm getting for square cut deep dish. Wait. They make them in squares? Who makes a square cut pizza? What the fuck? Why? I'm not mad, I just don't understand. But yeah, anyway, so I want to think today about really hard about what makes for the canonical classes to be you know, strong representations of their archetypes. Because I think that, like, I really learned that lesson in Legion, in Warcraft, about just how much people care about the selection, the choice that they make for their class. I think that D&D, if it does one thing really poorly, and people will disagree with this, that's fine. I can defend the argument as much as you know, I feel like I've ever needed to. I think that D&D does a very poor job of making your the choices you make as a player feel meaningful. And it seems like D&D is so focused on the individual moment-to-moment story that the choices you make outside of those individual moments is lost in a lot of ways. But I think that like it's why when I'm drawing characters, I ask people what kind of stuff they have in their bag, because I think the choices you make of your starting equipment. Do you bring a pickaxe with you? Do you bring extra weaponry? Are you the kind of person to take a bow and javelins with you if you're mainly a melee fighter? Do you have a mining pick? Do you have, you know, a lot of dungeoneering tools? All those kind of things, those choices you make as a player are very important, because they were important choices you made for your character's story ahead of you know, the playtime, that deserve to be referenced, and you deserve some payoff for them, I think. And so classes are no different. I think most people choose their classes because of an archetype or a fantasy. Very few people choose their classes because of a mechanic. You know, I've almost never met a player that honestly and truthfully only chose their classes based on mechanics. I've like met people who said that they chose their class based on mechanics, but when you sort of press them a little bit, you find out that there is a bias there. But like, they wanted basically not to be a wizard, they wanted to be a spellcaster of some variety. And you're like, okay, cool, so why'd you pick wizard? And then you kind of like grind them down a little bit to find out that turns out the wizard class speaks to them because of the way that it's studious and academic. And you're like, aha. So now we have a reason why you picked wizard instead of sorcerer or warlock or whatever. And I like those decisions people make. And I think that there's almost no reward for them in D&D games, because it's almost all on the DM's shoulders to make that a rewarding experience. And I think a lot of DMs are very focused about their own story, and they're very focused about the players' individual stories, but they never think about the story behind the decisions that players make. And that's not necessarily an indictment of like, oh, these DMs are all bad DMs. That's just the style of D&D that we play. And I think the style is maybe like a little bit lost, which is why I want to try and bring back mechanically into the game those decisions mattering. Reposting for topic, I really like this concept of how do you defend against people claiming that you're pigeonholing them into a trope. Anyone who's ever sort of made that claim or that accusation, I think, is an extreme minority, right? It's like, okay, so you want to play a paladin for a certain reason. There's a certain heroic archetypical hero that you are embodying, and then you put your own nuances onto that story, right? So pigeonholing would be saying that you are this and only this, but what I propose is to celebrate the archetype, and then the interest and intrigue comes from how you deviate from that archetype. So, you know, if you want to be like a very, like, there are certain times where you are sort of going against the archetype, but in that, the story becomes like, the example I use is a Dark Paladin. The Dark Paladin goes against the archetypical hero, the archetypical champion of the light, but you still mechanically take the Paladin class in D&D. You just reskin all your abilities to be the dark versions. So you being presented with the archetypical Paladin's journey and heroic story would be either interesting, because how do you, the antithesis of the archetype, how do you provide that like anathema of story against the archetype backdrop? Or if you're too chicken shit to do that, how do you create your own story that is completely against that archetype? Then you're not really like, it's not really useful to have this archetypical story for you. But that to me is such a small percentage of like the people who are actually and truly so vastly different within their own class to the archetype of whatever the class fantasy is such a small percentage that I'm not really that concerned about them. You know, you could always find an example and say like, oh, well, my friend played a rogue that, you know, was this, or my friend played a druid that did this kind of stuff. It's like, sure.
Hello, chat.
Those are the exception.
I'm not fully sure what we're talking about.
Good.
I agree.
Yep.
Goblin
See?
monkeys are indeed an ascendant race.
Yeah, no, wait, hold on. No, wait. Stop spoiling the next patch, Aduria. Okay, I know you got the patch notes. I know you hacked the mainframe down the patch notes. Please stop spoiling it, though, and stop leaking it. I appreciate the 100 bits, though. Thank you. Indeed, the combat system first, and a story you add is homebrew. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, I think that there are ways you can facilitate it mechanically in game, but yeah, I think the D&D first and foremost is a war game, right? And everything around it is the fluff that makes it, you know, fun, I guess. Say because they're free to make the non-standard decisions according to the normal progression and see how the story develops. Uh, if you make the oh, that's responsible to Dury, or sorry, not Dury. Jesus Christ. Vidi was saying, staring at Dury's name. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that anytime anyone makes like an argument of like, oh, well, this doesn't fit my personal story, having taken this class or that class. Those kind of players aren't playing D&D normally for archetypical journeys. Anyway, they're playing more as a theatrical expression, right? I'm talking about heroic fantasy. No, please, guys, please stop giving me shit every time I like give someone a different name. Like it's so annoying because it's like a slip up that I make because I'm staring at somebody's name and I say someone else's name, and the most annoying thing is when I get shit over it for the next 10 minutes. So like it's gonna happen. I can only apologize for it and feel bad before I just stop caring. Okay. But anyway, so it's yeah, I'm not super concerned about a lot of those types of players because, for one, they're not really interested in the archetypical stories. For instance, you take like your Critical Role players. They played very archetypical characters in the first campaign, which is why I liked it. But the campaign 2 was very atypical for the archetypes, right? Like you have Caleb, the mage that doesn't, whatever. And like there is some redemption in there and there is some archetypical storytelling, but they really deviate from it to the point, especially that you get into like campaign 3, where their classes are more about individual stories and not heroic archetypes, which, depending on how you feel about it, is a good or bad thing. Some people say, like, I'll give you both arguments for why it's good or bad, switching from the archetypical storytelling to the more individual theatrical storytelling. Here's a case for being good. Archetypes are worn down and used and old and tired. And if we all wanted to be archetypical heroes, then we would just be Uther the Lightbringer from World of Warcraft, and, we'd just be so one-dimensional that you can't even see past us, So we try and make interesting characters within storytelling, small individual stories, and then propose those to the larger story. So that's like a good argument against archetypes and more theatrical. The argument for archetypes and against theatrical is that the archetypes are stories that you can do a lot with as a base. You can tell a very interesting story on top of, and they're important stories. They're archetypical stories because they've survived for thousands of years, right? No great story is ever told now in modern day that doesn't have some sort of reference to like older myth. There's very few actual interesting stories that humans care about, and the really good storytellers reskin those stories. So like George Lucas with Star Wars, for example, is very mythological in its storytelling. Star Trek is very mythological in storytelling. Lord of the Rings, very mythological. Warcraft, mythological. And so by sort of looking to the archetypes as a place to base your fantasy off of is a good way to sort of build a meaningful story. But like I said, there's both those sides and those coins for why one is good versus the other, option. But I think the reason why I'm going like sort of forward into pushing for the archetypes, archetypical stories, the heroic fantasy, is because it doesn't exist. It's not an option, really, anymore. Most of D&D since 3rd edition has like begun to dissolve from it because people are bored of it. People are bored of it because they're not doing interesting variations on it anymore. They're just sort of like retelling the exact same story. So they're like, let's go something crazy and let's sort of throw out things away for the sake of throwing it away because it's some sort of difference. Now you get in 5th edition D&D where a lot of it is focused on individual, more theatrical storytelling, which is fine. It's great, but there just isn't any representation for that more traditional sort of fantasy. So I really want to bring that into Eldara and allow for that option of like the traditional fantasy to be told, so that if you want that like sort of canonical heroic experience of being a paladin or a rogue or whatever, I want to figure out what those archetypes are and why people love these things to begin with. And yeah, so I'm just not really all that worried about pigeonholing and things like that, because again, it's also an option. Like you can see, if you want, you can look at it and say this entire system is like a little bit boring, I'm not interested in it, and just don't take part. And as a DM, I think you should always present your players the opportunity, right? So like here's an example of, I had in the game that I'm playing. Okay, this isn't intended to sound like I'm shit talking anybody. I'm just using an example of different player styles. and a thing that happened where yeah, whatever. They're cool. So, okay, I'm just worried that it's gonna sound like I'm gonna shit talk a player, but I'm not trying to. Okay, anyway. So I give my players an option. I'm like, basically, do you want to have a progression storyline or not? Because if you don't have to, right? So one of our players was like, I was like, okay, so how would you progress in your class? And then I'm kind of giving my players, seeing if they really want to have their own story told or a story told to them, or if they're kind of not interested in it. I gauge them out. And so one of my players on one of my Thursday games she was like, yeah, I'm going to go to, I noticed we passed by a shrine earlier on in the dungeon. I'm going to go back to it, or in the cave. I'm going to go back to it, and I'm going to I'm gonna try and like see if I can find any sort of like hints about like how to improve my whatever as a cleric. And I'm like, cool. So she goes back and she finds this stuff, and she has this whole story. She communes with this god that was an exiled deity that no longer sort of was in favor of worship, and she became a cleric of that deity for her levels, and it was a whole story. And then she was like, oh my god, this is so cool. And she had a whole half-hour long, RP thing for how she then like convinced that deity to allow her to become a cleric, and for the deity to basically try, because the deity had given up against like basically trying anymore against the darkness, against the abyss, but she convinced the deity that she is a champion that's worthy of the deity's favor, and that blah blah blah, whatever. She gains this cool level. And another one of the players was like, I was like, so how would you sort of like go about maybe trying to work on your own abilities? And the dude was like, I'll be honest, man, I don't care, like whatever. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. You just, for the rest of the night, you just work on your form with your dueling, your duelist form, and then you find your new abilities and your new powers. And he's like, cool. And he was done in like literally 3 minutes or 30 seconds of discussion, and then 3 minutes after he was like already leveling up, right? But then later on, after we do all these dramatic things, that player said to me, and in the group at the end of the game, like, shit, man, I should have asked for something cool. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, man, everyone got these cool stories. Like, I just like waved my sword around and got my next level. Shit, can I get something cool next level? And I was like, yeah, man, So yeah, you don't have to engage with the system if you don't want to. If you're like, I don't care, But some players do. So, let's have a drill. It bothers me that people can be bored of something with standard D&D. It seems so in-depth, almost limitless. I think so, but I understand when people I understand the criticisms, I guess. A lot of people want to tell their own story. It's kind of like why, I relate to it, because I don't have anything against, I'm not mad at D&D. That's not why I'm making my own story. I just want to tell my own story, my own world. You don't have to be mad at the system or whatever, but I think some people do see it as very much a I don't want to be part of your shit. I don't want to I don't want to do the standard. I want to do my own thing. I'm a renegade. That's fine. But there is a thing that happens in art and storytelling and writing that's this sort of modern take on things, where you're so desperate for progression that you throw away, you cast out all parts of tradition in art and storytelling. And then often what happens when you do that is you cast out the good parts too. And that's what happens, to sort of modern art as a example, because I can speak on that with more authority. A great deal of modern art being very frustrating and very not interesting to most people is because they cast aside all of the things that make art, beautiful, in the name of modernity. And so, in trying to get something interesting and new, they just destroyed, it's kind of like a hubristic approach. What do you look at old art and the old masters and old sort of what has made it through history and through thousands of years, as themes, and hundreds of years as actual art? Do you look at that with reverence and think there's something special about that, I should learn from it? Or do you look at it as well, I know better, I can clearly design something cooler? And that's the big debate between the classical versus the modern artist. And I think that in storytelling, same thing happens too. And I think we're seeing it happen a little bit in D&D. But it's not a bad thing. It's just people figuring out storytelling. So, which class do you think would benefit most from having archetypical structures? I think that classes that have, well, I think that all the D&D classes are really strong into various heroic archetypes, but I think that it's rather than who has the strongest, you know, archetypes, I think the interesting question is who has the weakest, and I think it's really difficult to like explore what the bard is. You know, try and explore what the bard is, because the bard is aspects of the rogue. The ranger is aspects of the druid. It's very difficult to separate some of these things, and so you'll see certain things that are very close together, whereby you'll have like maybe the archetype of the bard and the rogue will explore different paths of the same sort of like storyline or overall archetype. You'll have the rogue or the sorcerer and the wizard exploring different paths, you know, slightly variations. It's like you kind of have to commit at a certain point in time. It is like how, so the difficulty, and I'll reference World of Warcraft again because it's a really good reference, I think. When they had the class order halls, they basically said, we're going to take the fantasy of being a rogue, a mage, a druid, a shaman, and give you those classical archetypes within like fantasy within the world, and let you live out that sort of like, you are the hero, the heroic shaman, you are the heroic rogue, you are the heroic warrior. I actually didn't like the heroic warrior storyline, because the heroic warrior storyline was the Valarjar, the Viking Nordic brutish warriors that would hone their skills in battle, and you know, and were the weapon masters that you know dominated that, and it was more of the like the brutish barbarian kind of. It was like kind of like the warrior, the fighter mixed with the barbarian. They went more on the barbarian side because the more knightly side was that they took that storyline for the paladins, and I was always a little bit upset about that, because the reason I chose warrior, because I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to be Garrosh or Grom. I wanted to be Anduin Lothar, and Anduin Lothar was a knight. So he was a master of weaponry and armor, and he was a knight and clad in silver shining, you know, golden plate and tabards of heraldry, and he had his, you know, his sword, Ash Candy of the Brotherhood, or whatever sword he had before he went from Blackrock Mountain and did all that whole thing. And he struck down Doomhammer and was the heroic knight. Well, they took that kind of storyline, they gave it to the paladins. So as the warriors, I was like, come on, man, where's my Shining Knight story? I want to be that. I don't want to be the Zug Zug, you know, Broxigar or whatever. But I respected the fact that they did their best, and that most warriors wanted to be the Zug Zug, Broxigar, Grom Hellscream. And so I like sort of was kind of, you know, had to think for a minute, like, am I mad about this, or do I understand what they're trying to do? And when they're just trying to fit the most amount of people and the most amount of reasons why people pick a class into one storyline. That's as best as we can do. And so I'm not going to try and get it 100% right for every single person. I'm going to try and get it mostly right for most people when I try and tell these stories. So the Goddessy of Theros has a piety system, a lot like what you're talking about, but tied to worshiping gods. That's pretty cool. I've never like gone to the Theros book. When Theros came out, I was so disappointed with the Magic set years ago that I had no desire to look at it as a D&D setting. But I keep hearing good things about it. They're doing similar things every now and then, and but aren't doing each level. It's more like key features or big change type deal. That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, you could do that. That's maybe a better way of doing it, to be honest, Uldrio. Bard being a full caster allows so much for his power budget. Yeah. We see the classes like Bard and Rogue make for better multi-class of each other because of those aspects. I think that they fit very well together because of it. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of synergy. Like, I think that the Druids and Rangers naturally multi-class very well together. Paladins and warrior or fighters naturally multi-class very well. Bards and rogues, sorcerers and you know, but then also when you multi-class outside of that, it's very interesting. Like do you remember in Critical Role Season 1? I could be wrong. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong, because I know there's some fucking degenerate critters in our community. Liam was a paladin as well as a rogue, right? Like, that's so cool. That's such a deviation from the archetype, but that's like a really cool, interesting deviation. And that's the story in itself, you know? And so Liam wouldn't benefit from being told, like, oh, now you're going to do the heroic archetypical paladin storyline, right? No, fuck that shit, you know? But it was a really cool deviation. It was a really cool salt-based spice that was put on top of it. I was enjoying making character designs, but then building classes around what I want the character to be like. A lot of Roof Runner Rogue and Pathfinder 1 that was designed to be kind of like a Harlequin assassin. Never got to use a character because I lost a sheet. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's time to bring the idea back, Daria. WoW Priest Fantasy, you aren't as cool as Paladins, so your Order Hall almost dies and needs the Paladins to save you, Sag. Yeah, I forgot priests were even a thing in World of Warcraft. I agree with that. Bard is tricky. Personally, I find it difficult to embrace because a lot of the crude jokes that Scanlan make, but it feels so hollow because they often don't go beneath the surface in place of the haha funny. I've seen a lot of much better examples of bards since then, but definitely most hazy for me. Yeah, one of my players, like Jackie in one of my games, is she's a bard, and she's killing it because she is like a tarot card reading, like creepy, like Louisiana, spirit mender type, I don't know, shaman, witch doctor. There's like all these cool vibes in her character where she she's a bard from the College of Spirits, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what her bard college is. But she does all of her like inspiration stuff by doing like magic tarot card reading. It's like really cool, and her like bard aspects as this like occult conspiracy theory, laden character is really dope. And so don't get me wrong, there are very interesting choices and things that can happen by deviating from the archetypes. But I want to create an archetypical story that is there for most people, because most people will find something compelling in it, I guess. I actually like 4th E for that. They just divided classes into power source and role. Druid is the natural debuff for AoE caster. Ranger's nature, single target DPS. Bard is the arcane healer to the wizard's arcane debuff AoE caster. You're right, actually. 4th edition did do that really well. They had a really good structure for powers, and they really did divide. Man, how many times are we gonna say archetype today? They really divided the heroic archetypes into like a couple of main pillars that you could become different aspects of. So like the martial whatever, you could be the martial, the martial brawler, the martial tank, the martial whatever. You could be the arcane brawler, the arcane healer, the arcane, switchcaster. There's all sorts of cool stuff in 4th Ed. Honestly, 4th Ed had some really interesting ideas that I wish that they had pulled back into 5th Ed, but I understand 5th Ed was a necessary correction where they had to throw away everything they did from 4th Ed because nobody liked a lot of the core components of 4th Ed. The Wizards basically said, we don't trust ourselves to make something new and interesting, so we're just going to make an update to old school D&D. The most core, oldest of schools of D&D, we're going to make an update to that. And I wish that they would have done that as a base when 5th edition came out and then sort of expanded back into the cool decisions they made in 4th Ed, like that kind of stuff, but I get why they didn't, because I think it was very necessary. So like the Astral Sage, for instance, that we're going to start with probably, the Astral Sage is like a very good example of a question you can ask of what do you want this character to feel like what is the fantasy of being the Astral Sage, or even any individual class. And that's the first question I think we should answer when we talk about classes is what that attracted somebody to playing that class, and how do we sort of find multiple ways of like fulfilling that storyline that you want to tell as your character, and use the class to enhance it so that your class decision that you made is a meaningful one. That's a cool dip. Okay, yeah, all right, it was a cool dip. To be honest, Rogue and Paladin does sound like an amazing combo. I think it's sick. Yeah, 100%. Like Cleric, Paladin, Priest, those sort of like traditional class roles. I think they're cool. They're very interesting places, or like Warlock, anything that has pious magic or whatever, anything that you get a power source from externally, I think is a great addition to almost any class. Because you can be a fighter that takes like a Cleric spell or like a level or 2 in Cleric. Endrick, for instance. Endrick, my character in D&D, he's a 14th level, or sorry, he's a 16th level. No, 14th, 16th. I forget. He's around 15th level, but he only has 12 levels of fighter. I'm pretty sure. He has 12 levels of fighter, 1 level of ranger, and 2 levels of cleric or paladin. I forget which one. Because I love that. I think it's cool to like have those multi-class dips, Makes it so much more interesting than just like your regular, I don't know, run-of-the-mill whatever. I love the Swamp Witch Lady. Yeah, she's pretty cool, man. Her character is pretty dope. She's like, her character is like from this like ancient, forgotten sort of nomadic people in the desert. And I find her story really interesting, actually. Every time she expands on it, for her second level, her first level up, she like meditated and communed with the spirits and had this crazy vision, whereby in the vision she drank the blood from the bleeding stone, which was weird, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. That's like a good vibe check for your characters. You give them like bleeding stone, what do? And just think about that. Think about that. Let me just put you all into your characters for a second here, all right? Everyone go into your character, all right? Whatever you're playing currently. You have a vision one night, a dream, where you're in some like Egyptian temple. There's a vast dune sea. There's obelisks in front of you and all sorts of stuff. And you're on some kind of a balcony overlooking these massive pyramid structures. There's an obelisk in front of you. And from the obelisk are these etched runes, kind of like hieroglyphs depicting a battle of some sort. And from the cracks in the stone, they begin to bleed from the obelisk. The obelisk is floating, by the way. And the stone, sort of the blood wraps around the stone and drips into a puddle, into a sort of carved out recess on the ground, you know, of the stones below. And the sort of the basin or whatever fills up with blood. What do? And just think about that. What do? Does that even, do you like, okay, that's cool, I like look for other things to do about the stone, or like I try and figure out where the blood's coming from, or like I look at whatever, or like, oh, I look at the blood, or I touch it, or whatever. How many of you are like, I drink it? How many of you honestly go into your character and think, yep, I would drink that shit, man, like fucking Orange Crush? All right? Gain the power of 1 million battles? God damn, okay, all right. I didn't realize y'all were metal as fuck, man. I stand by 4E was just bad. Marketing expectation settings. If 4E wasn't named D&D or been dropped as a side product, not replacing Third Ed, people would have loved it. I 100% agree. 100%. Straight up. 4th to VTT. If it were released today with all VTTs out there, it'd be a top game. That's fair. 2 make subclasses and not just brew what a player wants their character to be. That's fair. I don't know. I like multiclassing. The powers in the blood. Stop. God, stop. No. You said a Dune scene and I mindlessly went to the fuck is it? Let me Google this dumb made up word. What is this dumb made up word? Is this just the Dune world? This is just Dune world. Okay, all right. Yeah, okay, never mind. Planet from Dune. Yeah, okay, all right. It's been a while. It's been a while since I read. I was gonna read Dune before the Dune movie came out, but I didn't end up reading Dune, nor did I watch the Dune movie. So yeah, it's fine. I'd be up at the obelisk with a jeweler's loop. Not drinking the blood, right? No, don't drink the blood, okay? Like, okay, there's this quest in Diablo 4. If you guys have played it, you guys have played it. There's this quest in Diablo 4 where there's these, like, 3 obelisks. There's a lot of obelisks in blood. There's these 3, like, stone obelisks that have these, like, circles around them. All right. You know, as one does with an obelisk. You see how that is a very obelisk with a circle around it, and that's all. All right. Now. No, stop. Photoshop. Now, they got these circles around them, and you have to kill enemies. Fuck. Stop, Photoshop. Inside the circles of blood. All right. And when you start the encounter, okay, you have to kill guys, like, in the circles, like, enough guys, so that their blood drains into the obelisk, and then it, like, I don't know, does obelisk things. But, dude, as soon as you start the quest, you hear this, like, creepy voice say, "We demand blood." And it's like, I get it. Okay, you see the quest on your map that says, like, oh, feed the obelisk. But realistically, how many people... If you're in the world of Diablo, where everything's about blood magic and summoning demons and shit, how many people are like, oh yeah, the obelisk demands blood. I should give it to it. Like, it just seems like a bad idea. If you were encountering like a force that whispered into your psyche that it demands blood and instructed you to slay creatures, demons or not, on its sacred runic circle, it just seems like a bad fucking idea. Like, I don't know. Maybe I played enough D&D that I, know better. But anyway, Yeah, I don't know people who would drink the blood, but she drank the blood, man. So kind of proved that her character was metal as fuck. Which is good. Now I know, you know. My paladin observe my warlock, inspect everything. Wizard try and use magic on it. Identify my ranger. My ranger would bottle it and try drawing in every detail he sees. That's good. No one would drink it, right? Ella, are you pouring resin right now? Because this door is not closed if you are pouring resin. And I can smell what I think is resin. I know she had to pour this morning. High chance that I'm going to die of resin poisoning now. But that's okay. I'll close the door and hope for the best. One sec. Holy shit, man. Ella's trying to kill me, man. She's down there just fucking pouring resin casually. Door to the office is open. God damn. The wind just rattled the door to the office so loud. It's gonna ask for blood next. Has to be a bit of suspension of disbelief, I think, in the world, the character's eyes. We want blood born. Wait, we know bloodborne pathogens. My character has seen the power of faith, and some hobo casts fire from his fingers. I think drinking the blood is not out of the question. Look, just because you're right doesn't mean that actually. Well, look, maybe it does. All said, my paladin would probably cut their hand. Okay, that's fair. I think what D&D is a bad idea when you think about it. What is the worst thing that you've done, Atari? What is the worst thing you've done in game where you're like, this is the worst idea I've had? And I know I shouldn't do this, but since we're playing D&D, we're doing this. Because I feel like that is a common theme with a lot of D&D characters. Is like you, the player, are very aware. You are acutely aware that what you're about to do is really dumb. But since you are not at risk, only your character is at risk, you're going to do it anyway. Because I'm pretty sure that drinking the blood is one of the top tier for those. You say it resonates with you? Yeah, it's going to resonate with me until I have fucking lung disease. Come on with the dice. Evan will come back tomorrow as a giant D20. I am the chonk. I am the Giga Chonk. Okay, chill. First game I drank snake water just for fun. It turned out fine. That's okay, but to be fair, you didn't just have snake water. You had the snake statue say, "Drink, drink of my power." So like, fuck, can't do snake voice anymore. Ooh. So to be fair, you were encouraged, you were egged on to drink of the snake water. Okay, that. So he drank from the snake water well, and then he learned his snake shapeshift ability. Because I don't give players the ability to shapeshift into any animal at whatever. They have to learn their druids specifically have to learn their shape from somewhere, or somehow. So the snake one just auto gave it to him if he wanted it. But then from then on, whenever Ella casted detect evil or whatever, I'd always say like, okay. You feel the sense of like general good from the room as if like it's sort of a radiant holy light, except the altar in the center of the room with the black smoke coming out of it definitely resonates a pungent smell of evil to your sort of senses, and you definitely detect some kind of necromancy about it. And she's like, okay, cool. And you also, Dashto also gives you just a little bit of evil. Just for the rest of the campaign. For the rest of the campaign, whenever she used detect good or evil, I always pointed out that Dashto was just a little bit evil. And he just had a little spice to him, you know? like when you're eating like a strawberry or whatever, and it's got just a little bit, a little bit of something on the end of it. You're like, is this mold or, or is it just a little bit of intrigue in life, right? It's fine. It's fine, right? Wait, did you guys grow up not on a poor farm? Oh, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, come on, man. Just a little bit of evil. Obelisk was being being a generous host. Was thirsty. Okay, fine. Drink the blood. Most things I do are dumb. Pictures: you come into a room with a scorched body on the ground. The walls on the ground scorched black too, with an orb on the table. You touch it. It starts pulsating with light, quickly growing more intense in a split second. Who actually would keep holding that? Like the fuck. Obviously, if you're a cleric, you'll keep holding on to it because you'll have faith that you'll be protected. If you're a rogue, you'll put it in your bag and hope it goes away. That's just like generally what people do, man. But realistically, many times, especially in our Star Wars game, did I think to myself, there's no way that if these players were actually like playing on hardcore, they would make this decision. The dark side of the snake, force water well contains many abilities some would consider to be Monka S. Look, he drank from the water. That was all there was to it. He knew how to change into an Arbuck after that. I did want him to replace all of the things that he said when he was a snake, by instead saying Ekans, but he wouldn't do it. So, you think strawberries below the Foxby height? Yeah, look, man, look. You do what you can in Canada here, all right? What you get. When there's harvest time, there's harvest time. If there's a half-eaten strawberry, what are you gonna do? Complain about it, or are we splitting this plum? I always build characters as concepts and class races, just there for mechanics to fulfill the concept fantasy. So what's your favorite concept you played, Ashy? And what was the decision for your class and race? So I kind of do the same thing. Although I had somebody that I was talking to the other day about like what race they wanted to be in their character for Eldara. And I said, like, oh, that story is really cool that you kind of want to tell. That would be a really good elvish story. Like, how do you feel about being an elf? And he was like, well, I don't know. Like, I don't like to be anything but a human because I really like how humans are story focused first. And if you're like a different race, you have like that part of the story on you. And I was kind of thinking about that. Thinking like, I need to find a way to disconnect like the assumption of like, oh, if I'm an elf, then I have this story. Or if I'm a dwarf, I have this story in Eldara. And I gotta put like a really honest effort into figuring out how to do that. Because dude wasn't wrong. It was just like, it made me think about it, about how for Eldara that isn't the case.
Sounds like an insightful guy.
Well, I didn't want to say I was talking with Guapo the other day, Guapo. I don't fucking know, man. I protect the anonymity of people I talk shit about. But, like, it made me think, like, that's, like, there are different elves and stuff in the story, and simply being an elf doesn't dictate that you have to have a certain kind of story, but that's the way the perception around fantasy is. And I need to do a really good job then for Eldara to try and, like, eliminate that so people can feel like they can play a supporting sort of idea for whatever race and class they want, without feeling like that it's going to be a core component of their story. I mean, it can be if you want, but it doesn't have to be, And I need to find a way to like really emphasize that. It gave me something to think about, I guess. I appreciate it. Shut up. Just talking about that with changelings. I don't have any changelings in Eldara yet. I really haven't found a good way to handle changelings. So I feel like they're a little bit, I don't know. I almost want to say OP, but I thought that isn't the right term, I would allow for changelings in Eldara if and only if their faces were Ditto faces. Like, no matter what, It's like, oh, I'm going to change into like an attractive human girl. And you're like, okay, cool. You can do that, but you have the ditto face. Then you can do that. Sure, fine. I don't know if that would work. It might, you know? We need to disconnect that. The consideration of having super long life or always being the shortest guy in the city, etc. adds a lot of general flavor to the backstory. That's the thing, you know? It's like, how do you think, Sam, and this is honestly a question I don't know the answer to. Do you think, because I think you're right in saying that we shouldn't necessarily throw that out. Do you think there's a way to allow people to be very greedy about it? To have that be part of their story if they want, or completely disconnected if they want? Because my intuition is to try and figure out how to have that be disconnected if the person wants to be disconnected, and a core component if they want to be a core component. But I don't know if you like can do that without it then losing some of its I don't know. I don't know if you can have both sides of those. Let's just like try and figure out for a moment how to be greedy and keep both parts of that. Because I don't know if there's an intuitive way to do that though. Played Warforged Artificer. Warforged. All right, okay, Ashley. I know you're playing Gundams, but that's taking it a bit far, right? Playing an actual Gundam. She's a living human-type doll, Rosen mate. Okay, never mind. Her pet was her older sister, aka the prototype to her Gen 1. She was a sword and board, like a normal adventurer, giving very paladin vibes as a half-caster with smite spells. That's really cool. But when you say, like, do you mean like Rosen Maiden, or do you mean like 2B Rosen Maiden? Because those are two very different vibes, all right? And one's going to get the FBI called on you. So, 2B Rosen Maiden? All right, good. We're good. We're clear. We're clear. We're in clear territory. Like how Ashley knew exactly what I was talking about. She knew precisely what I was talking about. All right, cool. Cool, gotcha. Yeah, I like that. Okay, I like that vibe. That's cool. Also, the idea to the dark fantasy thing from like 2 days ago, maybe the weights are magical and heavier the more written sin. I was gonna have the longer you had to write it, the more weights they had to put on. Yeah. So it doesn't even need to be magical. They just add new weights with new sins on it every single day. So what's up, Steel? All right. That's a cool concept, though. I kind of dig it. Wait, why? Why is my brush fucked up? What did I do? What did I do? What the fuck? What? Okay, there we go. All right, we good. We good? We good. I think so. Like, I just accidentally switched brushes for a second. We're actually good. Okay. Anyway. Still the Ditto brush? No, not the Ditto brush. I thought I was just on the same, or that I used the same brush, but I might have switched it by accident. Dude, that snake voice really fucked me up. I still am sitting here coughing because of that. They want to go detailed for chat. That's fair. Other favorite was a Fey water nymph, mostly bard, with enough sorcerer to subtle spell all her charm spells. Her charms were like innate. She definitely never performed or had an instrument. Good. Separate the bards from the instruments. I'm so tired of it. Every time somebody requests an instrument, and look, I'm doing a project for somebody right now with an instrument, and I love it. But every time somebody requests an instrument for their bard, I can't help but think that this is ridiculous. You're trying to convince me that a fragile fucking like wooden stringed instrument or whatever is gonna survive the perils of battle? Please. Please. I don't like it. I've never liked the idea of bards playing music instruments in combat. You can have your instrument with you, and you can do that thing. You being a bard, telling stories, going from tavern to tavern. But please, please do not play your fucking bandura or lute in the middle of a fight. I can't. Unless it's magically enchanted, in which case, that's just dumb. Did I get the pineapple? Which pineapple? Which pineapple did I get? There are many pineapples I could have gotten, but I don't know which one I should have gotten. Why does nobody request any instrument for any other characters? Why doesn't the barbarian have a guitar? I don't know, but he should. He should have like the Arcanite Ripper from Warcraft. Okay. How does this work? Is this pattern... Was this pattern thought out enough? Or is this just some random shit? I'm gonna make my pattern brush real quick. For our trim. Okay. To do with a large brushstroke like this so that it looks consistent. Actually, fuck that, because I want to be useful in other situations. There you go. Yeah, screw it. I changed my opinion. Make it just a pattern for Scarlet. So you guys, package contains a pineapple. I have not been to the PO box so far. Wait, a pineapple? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Or actually, I don't know. I don't know if Ella's been to the PO box yet or not. You have to like drive into town to do that. So I don't know if Ella's gone in to do mailing yet for June. A pineapple. Okay, I'm confused now. I'm actually confused. Contrabassoon Bard? That's just a melee weapon at that point. Mad Max Fury Road did Bard's best. I guess chaining a Bard to a... Yeah, that's fair. We're gonna play a Water Genasi Bard at some point that doesn't use music for battle, but paints his spells in the air with his Water Genasi water and color powders. That's pretty cool. I had a character that actually did that. The first character I made for Eldara, it's a really old piece I did. Atherin Amatheron. Years and years and years ago, I created a bard that was a painter. And yeah, he went around painting stuff in Eldara. And, damn. That's an old-ass piece of art. But alright. And what he'd do for his inspiration spells is he would paint, like, glyphs and shit. Play picture a raging barbarian strumming on a metal number. I mean, why not? You didn't draw that. You don't draw guys. I draw dudes. I draw dudes all the time when Ella doesn't play them. In fact, I'm much more comfortable drawing dudes because I grew up with Dragon Ball Z for my anatomy. So when I was first learning how to draw, you know, I only drew like jacked dudes. And then I tried to like one of my friends at summer camp that I was at. She was like, "You should draw cute girls too." I was like, "Okay." And she was like, "Ew, all your girls look like they're jacked." Because I didn't know how to do anatomy that wasn't just Dragon Ball Z based. So I was basically just drawing like wrestling MMA fighters. You know, it took me a long time to figure out how to do a petite female figure. Or one that doesn't look like Goku from Dragon Ball Z. It took me a while, man. All right. Shape dynamics, angle jitter, direction, shape. Spread it apart a little bit. There we go. Oh, please don't be. Okay, there we go. We want to have a size jitter. Size jitter off. Set off. What the fuck? Oh, because I have this selected. It was. Oh my god. Okay, now it works. Okay. Alright, we good. We Gucci. We Gucci. We're good, finally. We'll save this as new brush preset. We'll call it Scarlet Pattern 2 or 3. Hold on. How many Scarlet Patterns do we have? Scarlet Pattern. We'll call it Scarlet Pattern 2. Okay. We need to rename these. Oh, whatever. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't care. Dude, actually, that snake voice screwed me up. We're good. We're good. Yep. I feel lightheaded. I'm good. I'll get more water soon. Sorry, no, it's my poor choices, Dasho. Oh shit. Next time on Dragon Babe Z, yeah, all my chicks would just be fucking jacked, dude. No, it's not the resin. It ain't the resin. So you can, the resin is actually only like rated to be dangerous at a certain distance. So even if you can smell the resin, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's dangerous. But still, we play very safe with resin. We don't mess around with that. Just for safety's sake, you never should. I like need to catch my breath now. That like actually winded me. The point where I'm just screwing this brush stroke up constantly. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yo, she's coming along, man. This is like actually one of the most fun pieces I've done in a long time. The greatest joy in my life is drawing characters for Ella. And I'm not apologetic about it either. Did the vocal warm-up routine as a DM? I do not have a vocal warm-up routine as a DM or a streamer. Nothing. None. Nope. Zero. Zero vocal warm-ups for DMing, for streaming, nothing. And I'm proud of it. I just waddle out of bed, get my water, and hit go live. That's all I do. She's not jacked enough? What do you mean? What do you mean she's not jacked enough? She's not supposed to be jacked. She's supposed to be pretty and feminine and shit, bro. This is a character for Ella, man. I'm not... Ella didn't ask me to draw a character fucking yoked. Ella was like, I want her to be like pretty and like the emblem of femininity. And I was like, got it. Because after like Ella and Amelia were these big like tough fucking mommy paladins or whatever, she's like, I want a character that is like delicate and feminine. And I was like, got it. I got you. I got you. So Thusly, I am now attempting such a character for her. What's up, Gated? Crumb? Wait, why Crumb? Why Crumb? We do the badass with hundreds of knives and weapons on them at all the time. Archetype for Bard. A small mandolin from his sleeve, a flute from his sock, a washboard under his leather armor, a book of spoken poetry under his hat, a whistle necklace. So you just basically want to be, what's that guy's name? Juzzy Smith? The one-man band? This is what you want to be? This is your idea of oh fuck. I don't have YouTube Premium on Chrome. We're gonna be here for a minute. We're gonna be here. Yeah. This is you. This is your bard. I dig it. Tambourines and fucking drums attached to your thighs. Alright, cool. Good on you. Or Dick Van Dyke from the opening scene of Mary Poppins. The problem with that, Sam, is that the vast majority of my chat is under the age of 64. So nobody knows the reference, unfortunately. Yeah. Like we're the old folks here, okay? But yeah, the whippersnappers, man, they're running around. Listen to their Radiohead, their Metallica. He's called the Centaur not just because he likes his horse under the waist, but wait, he's like horse in the waist, but because his voice is always like a little hoarse. All right, got it. The Centaur, I like it. I dig it. Okay, we need some patterns on this shit, man. We need some patterns. Let's do... Oh, fuck. Because this is going to be the same color as for the rest of her main sort of, like, tunic thing. Let's do, like, a woven pattern. What do we want to do? Something astral-y, I guess. Like a center line and then do our design based off of that. Damn it. Dying. He plays one thing at a time, just keeps pulling out new things. Okay, that's a vibe. That's a vibe. I want to be like Juzzy when I grow up. Play my harmonica more. I haven't played my harmonica much in the last like couple of years. It's so funny that after all the years of like classical violin, and what did I start playing seriously? The fucking harmonica. My poor parents. All those lessons wasted. All those recitals. Useless. Okay. Trying to do like this in symmetry but in perspective is like actually kind of difficult. But I really want there to be a symmetrical component of this before we start doing the clouds on it. Play classical violin, never play it for us? Nope. Never will. I actually can't anymore. It's kind of a sad story for me because I used to love to play the violin, but I can't because my hands. You know, I sweat too much when I'm holding onto the violin. It was like my problems with my hands really started when I was like in my early 20s. So in my teens, I could play it and it'd be fine. But so I hit my 20s, my hands would sweat way too much when I was holding my violin, that it would just make it impossible to play. You know. So like you can wear a glove and still hold your bow, but it's very hard to like do any sort of any. Okay, chill, man. I get it. There's a fire everywhere. Like, it is kind of funny though, because the entire sky where I am is yellow because of smoke. So when I hear the fire, oh, you know, the alarms in the forest or the fucking fire engines or whatever. Yeah, that's Monka. I'm like waiting to be told we have to fucking evacuate or some shit. But yeah, it's very hard to actually play the violin when you have gloves on. So I don't know. Just that's around when I started to pick up piano, is because piano I can play with gloves on. And so Ella bought me a piano for Christmas one year. I started playing it, and I didn't get super far on it. I pull it out every couple months and play it for a little bit and like learn new things. But yeah, I wish I could play violin again, but I just can't, man. You know, until I get the surgery on my hands where they like basically slice your wrists open and disconnect all sweat gland nerves, whatever, some shit. I don't know. It's like Monka. Until I get that, I'm probably out. I probably can't play my violin unless I get that done. So, do some sci-fi world building. If I win a sketch tomorrow, would you be able to draw something like that? Sci-fi? Do sci-fi. I don't know. Maybe. It'd be kind of cool. I was thinking about doing some sci-fi artwork, specifically with our Star Wars campaign soon. So yeah, maybe that could be a fun interlude. Oh wait, I need my measuring line still. Quick, hide all the evidence. Uh-oh, they'll know. They'll know. All right. Also, it is kind of disturbing that I can hear kids outside playing when, to be honest, it is so smoky out that I'm surprised anyone's outside. In fact, I don't know why my window's open. My window's only open while Ella's pouring because my room gets too hot otherwise. So as soon as Ella's done with her resin, hopefully she'll come up here and open up the door so I can close this damn window. The fire was closer than I thought. Oh, hi. Okay. She's pouring and not streaming it? Yep. Yep. She knows the rules. She knows the rules. As a mod, go live when I'm live, get banned. That's right. She fears the wrath. She should pour on stream tonight. Be cool. Okay. I guess. What's up? You guys turn the AC on? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Why is it so smoky today?
Can't see like anything.
I know. It's just yellow outside. And all the Americans are gonna whine about, ooh, you said the smoke down here. As if anyone in Canada gives a shit. Like California gets on, it goes. Dude, what? No, fuck them. Fuck them little bitches out east that are crying about the smoke. Because if we have to deal with California making our, like, skies unbreathable every single fucking summer, They can deal with that from us once in a while. It is BC. Fuck BC. I had more material for Squish Cam. All right. Convince her to stream. Tell her it's what the people want. I think she's just very busy with leading up to the GameCon. Which we finally have a schedule for. So I'm going to be helping her out on Friday. I'm probably not going to stream next Friday because of it. Probably go there on the first day, and then some friends of ours are going to be helping her out on the next subsequent days so I can get work done at home. But looks like I'm only going to go there for one day. Which would be Pog Champion. Con stream? I'm not streaming at the con. I thought about it, but I think it'd be really, like... It's really annoying. I mean, it's not annoying, okay? So, it's like... If you're an artist, you get a lot of attention at a convention, just based on like what you're doing. But a lot of it is also like people want to talk to you about your work and stuff. So if I'm at the convention and I'm just like doodling or something, right at the desk, with Ella, people are gonna be like, this happened when I was working with our clothing company, and I would be like drawing. So I was doing any sort of art while streaming. It'd be very weird then to have somebody come up and want to have a 10-minute conversation with you while you're live, basically. So I don't know. I could maybe do it on like TDC from my phone. It'd be kind of fun. 5 day out east, 9 days ago was in Monka. Well, BC's on fire again, Thorgan. Get ready, because I can't see the sun. The sky's yellow right now where I live. So. Building a hard sci-fi world. Mars is in the process of being terraformed. A few settlements around there, and the moon when Earth got destroyed. Wait, Earth was destroyed? Genetic engineering, uplifted animals and mechanics. That's pretty cool. Or machines. Building up. That's pretty cool. So it's kind of like more near future or whatever. Like the Expanse. Pretty cool. I dig it. Grounded sci-fi or like historical sci-fi, I forget what the term was for it, but that's dope. I've realized how much I love sci-fi in general, man, in the recent years. Like I really feel like I have accepted who I am. I'm a sci-fi nerd first and foremost. Which is why I'm trying to build the thing that I love in sci-fi into fantasy. My second passion. Wouldn't either definitely be annoying to stream and not enjoy the con. Oh, I don't care about enjoy the con. I have no aspirations of enjoying the con. I don't go to cons anymore. You know. I just can't do it. Conventions are fun, but the magic of conventions has been lost on me. After working at them for so many years, doing my like projects with our clothing company, it's just gone, you know. I see a convention and I just get stressed out now because I think about unless it's a convention for a specific thing like TwitchCon or BlizzCon or whatever. It was just general NerdCon. I can't do it anymore. I really want to love him again, because I was having this conversation with this chick who we got Una from, who was like doing the actual breeder wasn't there because it was a different town, so she was like kind of the person that the breeder, she like worked for the breeder, and she was talking about the local conventions in Alberta, and she's like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to this one this year, like it's kind of gone downhill, the guests were a little like weak last year, but I'll probably go to this one and I'll go to that one or whatever. And I was kind of like, oh yeah, okay, cool, well, you know, hope you have fun. She was like, oh, which ones are you going to? I was like, I don't know, like, I haven't made up my mind yet. She was like, oh, well, you have to go to like at least a couple every year, right? And I was like, yeah, I guess. But like, I had this moment of like, this person fucking loves this shit. She loves going to conventions, man. That's like her thing. She like gets excited for conventions. She like dresses up and shit. She has like her little cosplay, and she goes to the convention and gets a signed picture from a person from a thing that she watched, and like she was into it. And I loved that about her. But I just like was completely lost. It was lost on me. And I felt like kind of like I was left out in the moment. Like I had left myself out, I guess, from conventions. And I was like, man, I used to love this shit. What about conventions changed, or how did I change that I didn't love conventions anymore? Because I want to. I never like to. I don't think it's like cool to not like things. Basically, I think it's cool to like be excited for shit, be hyped for games and movies and whatever. I'm just like missing out on something that I used to love so much that I don't know, made me sad. It made me sad. But I just don't know how to enjoy them anymore. I just feel like it just feels like the same shit every time you go. Like if you've been to one convention, you've been to every convention. I used to go to the comic convention in Calgary because I'd go there for like I would want to seek out rare video games and rare comics that I didn't have. And that was awesome. But now rare video games you can get on eBay easier, and comics, they just don't exist at the conventions anymore. So like what do? You know? What I want is inspired by The Expanse and Andy Weir books. I don't know who Andy Weir is though. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll try and enjoy the convention a little bit. I don't know what there is to do though. I don't want to play games with people. I don't want to buy shit. I don't know what there is for me at a convention anymore. Maybe the goal is to try and find it. Try and seek out for love of nerd cons. I don't want to be a jaded old dude that just doesn't go and enjoy things anymore because it was better in my day. But if there's no like thing to go to the convention for, you just go to a general nerd con. I don't know, man. I feel like BlizzCon kind of killed regular nerd cons for me because of that. Because BlizzCon always had big announcements and, you know, esports that I cared about watching and stuff. But like Thorkin went to his first like Comic Con or Nerd Con recently. I fucking loved it, and I was like, hell yeah, man! Like, I want to find that again, you know. I think Blaze also like went to NerdCon recently. Told me some stories about it. I feel like I'm missing out. A lot of old comics in mint condition, but I don't know what to do to sell them. I mean, you list them on eBay, I guess. I did. I want to go to more. So what do you love about it? Blaze, sell me on it. I have lost the love of nerd cons. Tell me why you loved it. Tell me why it was fun. Re-inspire me. Bring me my faith in the nerd con once again. Actually, while I do that, I'll be right back for just 1 second. Give me 1 second. Real quick. Wait, why do we like conventions? Hit me, Blaze. Loved it, the cosplay. That's like 90%. The cosplay was 99% of what you enjoyed it about it. Just the cosplay. Did you cosplay, Blaze? Did you cosplay? Is that why? Did you have fun? Did you dress up as Kirito from Sword Art Online? Were you looking for your Asuna-chan? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll stop. No, cosplay is awesome. I think it's a lot of fun. So okay, all right. That's a good part of it. Yeah, all right. This is what I was looking for. All right, you know. I did cosplay when I was Kirito. What did you cosplay as? Been debating going to the Calpheon. What the fuck? Ball for BDO. It's over in LA. You taking my phone? Wait, what? On your phone? Does mine work? Or the cell tower is fucked? Oh. My watch work? Can I call you on my watch? Okay. Oh, please don't call her from my phone. Call my dad? Okay. Don't bother her from my phone. I wanted to think that... Okay. Alright, whatever. I'm phoneless now. Be the cosplayers, the art books, and just chilling with the bros. Is that the problem? I don't have any friends anymore? Is that the issue? I don't have any friends? So I don't have any friends to go to the convention with? Is that the entire issue? Or have we finally cracked it? Oh, okay. Zoro, from Sword Art Academia. Which one? Can't wait. Blaze's Kirito last year. You want to repeat? Okay, sorry, yeah. Guapo, would you do a duo cosplay with me? Would you cosplay as Rathion if I cosplayed as Anduin? Cause I'll cosplay again then. Your basic cosplay of Tanjiro from Demon Slayer. Alright. You nerd. Okay, it sounds fun, you know? Alright. Went to the nerd con, dressed up as a nerd. Found some nerd stuff. Bought some cool stuff. Go to the vendor hall. I used to like to go to conventions for artists, but I found that artists have just become fan art monkeys now. And that just like it's like kind of boring to me. I get it. You make a lot of money. Like if I was in the same position, I'd do the same thing. I might do a convention. Like if Ella does very well at GameCon and we have to go travel for conventions anyway, I will start doing selling prints at convention. I'm not going to sell any prints at this convention probably because I don't think they'd do very well. I don't think anyone cares about prints of my original characters basically. All people want at conventions typically are fan art or things from established IPs. And until Eldar is an established IP, it's just not going to be, you know, something anyone gives a shit about. But if I start going to conventions with Ella because she starts doing very well and we need to travel for them, then I'll probably start doing some stuff that I think will do well at conventions. And I get it. It's just like, yeah, Arceli's not very interesting to me for that reason. Cosplay as Buff Smeagol. Alright, can I cosplay as the dopey hobbit in the boat with Smeagol? Whatever his name was. Dreagle, was it? Is it Smeagol and Dreagle? I don't remember, I'm sorry. People love the fact that I had the earring too, since most people at cosplay town do not have the earrings. That's lame. Who the fuck doesn't commit to the cosplay and get their fucking ears pierced? Bunch of losers. L nerds. When you started the question, it was no, but it's hard to deny being Rathion would be fun. Well, there you go. You can get Dasher to cosplay as Sibelian. Oh, sorry. That's a character from the new expansion. You wouldn't know, Guapo. We have to be Rathion and Anduin from Mist of Pandaria, though. Lounging, discussing things of intrigue. All I ever want to cosplay is Ruby Road. From fucking Fifth Element. Which outfit? The one with the roses? Or the leopard print? Would you tell me to bzz? Alright. Yeah. Okay, got it. Unbelievable. Got it. If I got this Khadgar, can you do Illidan the other way around so we can be over dramatic? We could. I wanted to basically our goal was to be able to when we were kids was to be able to grow up and grow beards so that we could cosplay as the Scarlet Crusade bosses. I was gonna be Morgraine. Ella was going to be Whitemane. My friend Yavuz was gonna be Harrowed. My friend John was gonna be Arcanist Doan. We needed a Houndmaster. And it would have been perfect. But we grew up and I couldn't grow a beard. And Yavuz wasn't jacked enough to go around shirtless, so we didn't do it. He's iconic for the Rose outfit. The leopard print one has the best hair. That's true. Got it. Alright. We've learned a little bit more about Guapo tonight. This is good. Ruby Road and who else? I don't know, man. That's Guapo. Ask him. Okay, well, you know, the cosplay. I forgot about that. That's a good part. I always like BlizzCon for the cosplay. That was always fun. Except for the idiots that ran around in Murloc onesies. The secondhand embarrassment was palpable. I don't think I'll go to BlizzCon this year, to be honest. I don't think we'll be able to swing it. Maybe. Well, it'll depend on a couple of factors, but it's either go to BlizzCon or go to Friend's wedding in December in Las Vegas. And I think we'll have to choose the wedding, unfortunately. I can be Corbin Dallas from Dash. I can be Lilu. I think Dash is gonna get the little fucking leather strips on. No, can I be the priest? And Dashto can be like the fucking altar boy or whatever. Can I be the old guy instead? Yeah. You're planning what we're going cosplaying as? Yeah, what's up, Garthen? Did I get a chance to read the spell terminators? I did! They're actually really good, Garthen. I appreciate it. Makes me want to do my, like, swashbuckling island port setting even more. Everybody gives my presence at this BlizzCon because of you. True. Evan, no? Wait, you don't like the old priest dude? From Fifth Element? What's wrong with him? What, you don't like how I worded it? Hey, why not? Why not? Hey, listen, what's with this hate? Option 3, convince your friend to get married at BlizzCon. I could, but I don't know. I am worried about another year with no Disney for Ella. Ella gets weird when she doesn't get Disney. Ella turns into a basic bitch at Disneyland. She gets her mouse ears. She gets her Starbucks cup, and she apologizes to no one. It's inspiring. Generally speaking, priests and altar boys don't get along. Generally speaking, they do. They really get along, yeah. Why don't you dress up as Lilu? Can we be... Who the fuck was the guy, the old, like, food cart dude? What's that actor's name? Fifth Element cast. What's his name? What's his name? Why can't I find him in the cast, bro? Oh yeah, Mr. Kim. Yep. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. Look at that boat, man. Look at that fucking food boat. Holy shit, there's a model of it. I want it. God damn. Why can't I ever have anything nice in life? You are fired? Yeah. I love that guy, man. Hey, Eddie, bet lunch on good news. I'm going to the Universal with my fiance for... Oh, but wait, did we already discuss this? Which Universal are you going to, though? Are they different between, like, Florida and California? The Disney World, shining, shimmering, splendid. Yeah. I want to go to the con where all TDC members cosplay as Fifth Element characters now. Look, the first time anyone ever cosplays seriously as a character from Eldara, I'm going to have to do something very, very special for them. I don't know what. I'll, like, canonize them as a character forever in Eldara or something. And do some other cool stuff for them. Whether it happens in the next 10 years or 50 years, if it ever happens, if somebody ever puts a serious effort as a serious cosplayer into cosplaying as a character from Eldara, I will have to do something very special for them. I don't mean just a cardboard box that says Crumb or some shit, alright? Can't be a meme cosplay, it has to be a serious one. But I ain't messing. I absolutely ain't messing. Disney doesn't even give you a price tag when you try and plan it. You do a week at Disney and a week at Universal. In Florida? Ooh, that's so expensive. One of those things, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. Yeah. Disneyland has gotten ridiculously expensive in the last couple of years. Back in my day, we could go to Disneyland for a week. And now, Disneyland goes to you for a week. I still have to take Ella though, or else she'll get weird. She needs her like monthly or yearly, sorry, churro. Monthly, that'd be nice. She needs her yearly churro, or else she gets weird. I don't want to let her get weird, so. I know you do, Ella. I'm sorry. Goose had to change from a metal mouth and arm and be handsome AF. Yeah. Good luck, Thorkin. I believe in you. How would this cloud pattern... If I just do the cloud pattern down her front instead of this other dumb astral sage pattern I drew, probably. Decided against Disney. We're just going to chill at my house for the week, then go to Universal. That's fair. God, Disney's so expensive. Ella's never been to Disney World. I won't take her, but I've been to Disney World once. I grew up fairly humbly, so we only ever went on one vacation when I was a kid. Like, one real vacation. It was to Disney World. My mom was a Disney kid. They grew up into an emotionally damaged Disney adult, like everyone else does, who goes to Disney World over the age of, 15. You know. And it's a good time, all right? Let me tell you. But still, I want to take Ella there. Ever do a theme park ever? Really? Theme parks are great. I love them. You walk around, you get a little snack. Go see some shit. Go on a ride. It's a good time. My first time going to one. I wish you luck. Well, my friends just went to Disney World for the first time ever. Very excited for her. We have yet to share stories about it, but be excited to see what she thought of it. Alright, screw it. Let's just do the cloud pattern, I think. This whole thing is not gonna work. With the cloud pattern just like going down into it. I'll kind of cross over, I think, onto this side. There we go. And then it kind of flows down and to the left the entire time. That works. I dig it. I was too poor to go, even for my high school trip. Yeah, that shit's expensive, man. Traveling anywhere right now is, like, obscenely expensive. I used to travel a lot, but that was, like, the only thing we did. Our friends would be like, wow, it must be so nice being able to travel all the time whenever you want. I mean, like, twice a year? Like, wow, you must be doing so well. Like, bitch, you spend all your fucking money at the bar. I don't want to hear about that. Basically, I didn't go out and do anything, so I had the extra cash to be able to go on trips. I'm super glad I did. Let's face it. What's the point of being in your 20s unless you're doing cool shit? What are you gonna do? Not do cool shit? And then hit 30 and be like, uh-oh. I fucked up. Nah. Nah, man. Elle and I had fun. We were traditionally irresponsible, but in the long run, I think we made the best decision for us. By going and exploring places and seeing cool shit. It's $400 my high school trip, but I also don't want to bet how long high school was for me. That's fair. High school trip. Wait, is that like a thing in the U.S.? You guys have like a high school trip? You get to go somewhere? Yeah, I'll take high school seriously in the U.S., man. Canada, it's just like a thing you do. You guys got like proms and high school events and homecoming and all sorts of shit. One of Ella's cousins invited us to her like her high school grad celebration party, whatever thing, like pre-prom something or another. And it was too far away, so we couldn't go, which sucked. But it's like a big deal, man. Her parents spend a lot of money on that stuff. I guess you do that when you have kids in the U.S. We still have a grad, like, event in Canada. It's just not, like, a big thing. It's just, like, a small dinner you go to somewhere. Not necessarily a small dinner, but it's, like, a dinner. That's it. You say see you later to everyone, and you never see most of those fuckers again. For the rest of your goddamn life. Usually the graduating class all goes to Disney together. At least my school did. Wait, really? That's really wholesome. Yeah, I kind of dig that, actually. That's cool. I guess if you're close enough. Why not? Okay. That's what I wanted. That pattern to kind of like bleed down across her. Okay, that's better than the other pattern I had in mind, so this works. We'll do some little embroidery things across the right side, though. You still need to have a couple trinkets hanging down off of her belt, but we'll draw those in after. Used to go was $400 for everything. Trip there, staying, rides, etc. Really? That's not too bad, actually. Well, that's 400 US, too, so that's like... That's like, you can buy an island in Canada for that. I'm pretty sure, anyway. Okay, let's fill 70. I really want to get all of this, like, sort of color from her outfit. At least down, or tone, I guess. Not color. Just so we can see sort of the weight of it versus the white cloud pattern. I think we'll do, like, a lighter color pants, probably. Pretty cheap compared to 1500 for Universal. Yeah. Universal seems cool, but never had the super hard desire to go. Mostly because it's like far north LA. And traveling through Los Angeles is like the worst thing you can actually willingly do in life. There's very few things you can do that you can choose to do that are less bad, less dumb, less low return on investment than driving through Los Angeles. And you know I'm right. I may not like it, but you know I'm right. So when we're down for BlizzCon in Anaheim, it's like, really? Are you really going to drive through Anaheim into Los Angeles all the way north to go to Universal? Some friends of ours did that when we were down for BlizzCon, and they said it took them 3 hours to get home because of LA traffic. It took them 3 hours to get back down to Anaheim at like 9 p.m. because of the fucking traffic. They left, I think they said they left in the morning at like 8, and it took them like 3 or 4 hours to get up there, and then 3 or 4 hours to get down. So just going to Universal one day is 7 hours of travel in the same city. Yeah, since they're both Harry Potter, or both love Harry Potter, and our favorite holiday is Halloween. So especially since we want to get married on Halloween, just not this year. Yeah, it's sick. I mean, like, I really want to go see the Harry Potter stuff at Universal. That's like the main reason I want to go. I love that shit. And it looks dope as fuck. But I ain't about to go traveling across Los Angeles for that shit. From San Diego to LA is just such a hard culture whiplash. It's only a few hours away. Yeah, I really want to go see San Diego. Like, I really like whenever I go down to BlizzCon, we stay further south. Like, we fly into John Wayne, and we'll chill out. Like, all of our friends live in between like Irvine. You know, like all the suburbs between like Irvine and San Diego. Like for the north, like Mission Viejo and like that whole area. That's like where all of our friends live and stuff for the most part. That all like work at Blizzard and stuff. So San Diego always feels like it's like right there, you know? But it feels like it'd be an easier time driving to fucking San Diego for a day during BlizzCon than going north through LA to just go to Universal. That's like the mega nut bad decision. What is downstairs and I'm leaving? All right, Ella. Is your phone working? Like now or is it good? Also going to one in Florida, which is 9-hour drive. Yeah, it's rough. At least it's 9 hours through the fucking wilderness, not 9 hours through the I-5. It's one of those cities that desperately needs to invest in public transportation, but they won't. It hurts me emotionally. They could do some crazy shit if they had like LA needs like a Tokyo style subway system. It'd be fine. I think it's 30 minutes away in San Diego, honestly, unless one of the 3 freeways has a car accident, then yeah. I always want to go see San Diego. It just seems like there's not enough down there that like is cool. Like, I'm sorry, it's just if I'm down like chilling in Anaheim with my friends, going to BlizzCon, doing Disney and all that kind of shit, it just feels like San Diego. There's cool stuff, but not enough to like make a day trip of it. Like, what are you gonna go to an aquarium? You gonna go see where the Navy SEALs train or some shit? I don't know. San Diego seems cool, though. San Diego seems cool to live in, though, as far as people say. I've had friends say that San Diego is the best weather anywhere, except the water is cold as fuck. It's kind of cool. Oh, less nerdy than Anaheim? Yeah, true. Truge. Seems cool. A bunch of my friends live in Irvine, those suburbs like south, and if I could live in the U.S., I would. I'd live there. I'd live in that area around there. Hospitals are great. Schools are cool. Everything's chill. All right, I will be right back. I need to refill my water. Be right back in like I don't know, a couple minutes. When I return, I want to talk about our class progression a little bit. So I will be right back. We're back. I returned with water and snack. Okay. Okay. Oh, we gotta draw her atlas compass thingy. San Diego's a lot less nerdy than Anaheim. Anaheim is kind of lame to live in, but great to visit. San Diego's lots of opposite effect unless you're in museums and stuff. I mean, Anaheim feels too dirty and dangerous to live in. So, nope. Just me, dogness. Just me. All right. Be fair, my metric of like a dangerous city is like pretty low or high or whatever. My bar for a safe city is very high. I live in Canada. It's like our definition of what the city going to shit looks like, and a lot of American or large Canadian cities' definition is very different. So Anaheim just felt like very nice to chill in if you're like around the Disney area, and then like very dangerous. Dated guy in Anaheim was always afraid to spend the night. Yeah, it's like, it's kind of spooky, you know? Right? I don't know. Maybe it's nice. Maybe it's actually super chill. Tokyo's a safe city. Tokyo is a very safe city. Tokyo is like one of those places that I would live if I had a lot of money. Oops. Carlson Mandela. Yeah, Tokyo is great, but it's very, very expensive. I don't know if I could, I don't know if I could ever afford to live in Tokyo, though. Most places that you wouldn't want to live in, I don't think, unless you had, like, a decent amount of money. But, who knows? And as, like, a foreigner, Tokyo's, like, not a great place to live, I don't think. It's, like, it's very fun to visit, but as soon as you have to start dealing with things like banks, the mystique and majesty of Japan wears off really fast, I think, on a lot of people. I've often thought about that. Like, if I was to establish a studio somewhere, like a game studio or whatever, where would I want to do it? And realistically, I don't know. I had a wild idea. The best place to establish a studio would be in Maui. There's like this new sort of like, not really industrial, but like professional park being built on around like Wailea, Kihei, on one side of the island. That's like really nice and would be a really great place for a game studio. But trying to convince talent to move to Maui might be difficult. There's not a lot to do there, to be honest. Not a whole lot. I'd move to Japan if I was 100% self-sufficient, not corporate job, like streaming or Etsy or something like that. But I want to live there and be part of the corporate grind personally. Yeah, the problem is you just can't move to Japan unless you are like part of a corporation or something. It's very hard to get in there. If you're like an artist or something like that, you're fucked. You're just out of luck. Saying it was really only fun place to live in because I work from home. Too expensive to be here, but I don't have to deal with the shitty job market or tourists because current job's based in Texas. Big shrugs. There you go. I mean, hell yeah. That sounds sick. You know, just straight up. Easy clap. Working from home is dope. I will say that. It's the only reason why I can actually like live where I live, out in the fucking middle of nowhere, is because I don't have to work for a studio or anything. Otherwise, I don't know where I'd live. All the artist jobs and studios and stuff are like, I don't know, in big cities are expensive. Why would you not want to live in Maui? Because a lot of people like to go out and do things, and I feel like it'd be hard to get people to like want to move to a small island in the middle of the Pacific, right? And it's like fun to visit, right? But when you ask the question to a lot of people, would you want to live in Maui? It's like, yeah, fuck yeah, until you want to go shopping, you want to go to a mall, you want to, I don't know, go to a concert. For me personally, I'd love it. But I know a lot of people wouldn't. A lot of people like to like live in California because of the environment. So a lot of studios are there for that reason. You take studios like Bethesda or whatever that are like out in the middle of nowhere, or BioWare, and suddenly you start seeing what people really think of it. You hear people say like, "Oh man, I'd kill to work at BioWare." Okay, but you want to live in Edmonton? Ah, shit. Maybe. Are people that only want to stay inside and play D&D? Precisely. You convince me, for sure, if your studio paid enough. Why is a high cost of living because everything gets imported? Why is the same issue? Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth it for Maui. Maui's like one of my favorite places in the entire world because of that. Maui's like one of the only places that I feel like I can fucking breathe. I don't know. Something about the ocean. I'm sure there's other places that I could go to with the ocean. I think it's just the ocean and sunshine for me that are important. I'm someone who's very much affected by sunshine and lack thereof. So living in Canada is really bad as far north as I live. Like, it's great in the summer. It was 11:30 last night, or sorry, not last night, but when we were camping on the weekend, it was 11:30 and the sky was still light. Right? Like, that's great. But the problem is in the winter when the sky is dark at 4 p.m. That sucks. That's really hard for me, like, emotionally. To, like, not... yeah. To not just lose hope, I guess. Like us? You want to work for me, Steel? You want to work for Evan Blair Arts? Electronic Blair Arts? You want to microtransact the players? Steel, give me your best pitch on how you'd microtransact the players, and we'll see if you're hired or not. I just realization with Hawaii, it feels like very isolated from the rest of the world. I love it. I love the routine of Hawaii. I wake up every day and go swimming. It was so much easier to lose weight in Hawaii than it was to come back home and keep trying to lose weight. I don't know. You just have access to like fresh fish every day and yeah, I don't know, man. Hit the nail right on the head. Edmonton, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. BioWare's great. You want to work for BioWare? You want to make Dragon Age, bro. You make Dragon Age. But you have to live in Edmonton. Still trying to save money to move to the middle of nowhere, but still in SoCal. Yeah, I mean, middle of nowhere is pretty great sometimes. But it does feel a little depressing, I will admit. I'm very much somebody who would like to live in a big city. And, like, I live close enough to Calgary. that I could say for efficiency that I like basically live in Calgary. It's easier for people. But Calgary's still like Calgary's a big city, I guess. It's like 1.5 million people. But I couldn't live super deep in the mountains. I couldn't live in like Kamloops or something like that, where you're like 6 hours away from a big city. I love travel, even if we could move out there anytime we wanted to go somewhere, be a huge cost to account for. To Maui, yeah. To be fair though, I'm like actually a loser. So like, if you told me that like Evan, you could live in Maui and the only place you can reasonably go for the rest of your life on a trip is Japan, I'd be like, okay, fine. There are so many prefectures in Japan that I haven't explored yet, and I would spend the rest of my life doing so happily, and not go like and never see Europe, never see the rest of Asia, never see Africa, never see any of that shit, and just go to like BlizzCon and Japan for the rest of my life. I'd be fine. I'm a simple creature. I want for little in life, except for a great deal. Started by 6:30 and doesn't go down until 8:30 p.m. here. Yeah, that's really nice, man. And like it's static when you live around California or SoCal or whatever. The sunlight is like pretty static through the whole year. But in Canada, it's so depressing because it's not just that the sun goes down at 4 p.m. The sun never really comes up. So like, bro, you imagine like a horizon, with the sun sort of arcing over it. In the summer, the sun goes really high, and you get this really nice direct sunshine where I live. I live in this city, right? But the winter, the sun like only really gets up, right? That kind of very low point in the sky. Where sure, it's bright out and it's like sunlight and stuff, but the sunlight feels weird in the winter. The sunshine feels, because it's coming out from such a low angle, the winter sunlight feels like kind of acidic or something. It doesn't feel like revitalizing, nice, beautiful sunshine. It feels like kind of harsh. I don't know how to describe it, but it's not great. I don't love even the middle of the day in the winter, where I live. It's like super hard to describe. But whatever. I would like somewhere with more consistency, somewhere a little bit further south, where the sun might go down earlier, that we don't have those nice like 11 p.m. Sunlight or whatever in the summer. But I'll trade that to not have it go dark at 4 p.m. in the winter. We should move back. Feel attacked? I'm sorry, Zibsy. Edmonton sucks. Everybody knows it. Calgary sucks too. Calgary sucks slightly less than Edmonton because everyone in Calgary knows that it sucks. The reason why Edmonton sucks so much more is because people at Edmonton are on copium because they think Edmonton's great. They're like, we're the cultural capital of the North, man. We have a garden. They're just sucking on the copium. All right? And I get it. The only reason why Calgary sucks less is because Calgary knows. So like, we're in the middle of nowhere. We're in the prairies. There's nothing to do here but oil and cows, and we admit that it sucks. But Edmonton's like, no, we got a rad mall, man, and like the provincial parliament or whatever, legislature. So Edmonton sucks just as much as Calgary, but slightly more because people from Edmonton think so highly of themselves. Calgary's a little more jaded than that. But look, it's fine because I guess colder in Edmonton, so that sucks too, so. It's fine, at least we're not Vancouver or Toronto or Winnipeg or Saskatoon or Regina or Medicine Hat or Red Deer or fucking imagine, Zibsy, imagine living in fucking Red Deer. Holy shit. God damn. It's got a chill through my spine right there. It's like someone who Rosarito Emmet. I have no idea what that is. But I like it. Look at the top rankers in the world for how low price of your firstborn can get you the set of gear to make everyone look like noobs. It shines, glimmers, and even has the effect. I mean, see, you made an upfront cost deal. You have to make it seem like it's free and like we're doing it for the players. Look at darts by 5:30 here in the winter, but that's mainly because of daylight savings time. That's fair. We have very few different views in the middle of nowhere. Means it's moving more than 40 minutes from a centralized hub. Can't imagine anything smaller than a couple million people. Okay, yeah. Like for me, middle of nowhere is like, man, we got some middle of nowhere places where I live, so. I moved to Edmonton from Northern Ontario. No one believed me that the sun felt weird in the winter and didn't really rise. Yeah, true, dude. God damn. I guess it's worse the further you go in Canada, further north you go, but never experienced the viewpoint, but you go, man. You could go Donut Mill every weekend. Nah, bro. The reason why you don't hear about it is because you're just chilling. The problem is because I live in Calgary. Every time somebody like has the opportunity to talk about how great Edmonton is, they do so. Like, you know what's the worst part about going to Edmonton is if somebody finds out that you're from Calgary. Because then the little brother complex comes in. It's wild. Like, dude. If you want a little perspective, Zibsy, go to like your restaurant at West Ed or whatever. Go to like the rec room or some shit and tell them you're from Calgary. Just see your night unfold. We told the waitress. Okay, I shit you not. We told the waitress in rec room we were from Calgary, and she did this. She went, oh. She made that face. She like scrunched her face when we told her from. She's like, oh, Calgary. I'm like, okay, all right, okay, chill, fucking chill. You're not going to West Ed, but how are you gonna get your Uniqlo? The best part of West Ed Mall is Uniqlo. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Get Davis to read the paragraph. Keep reading it though. I did read. I just didn't read it out loud because there's only so much word that I can read out loud in a paragraph before my brain stops wanting to read it out loud. So, least favorite part about Canadian winter is running, where they go for before or after work. It's dark and I need a headlamp. Yeah, it's just depressing, man. I like felt so much more alive whenever I've had the pleasure of going south in the winter. I'd kill for it, man. All right.
Notice
We're almost done here.
Evan is a migratory bird.
Yep. You're not wrong, Duria. I've dealt with the winter for so long. And like, don't forget, I'm in the mountains, man. So like, when you got like mountains and shit nearby, winter can be majestic. You can go skiing. You can go snowboarding. You can do the same thing again the next weekend. You can go winter camping. Right? But let's face it. I just want to be warm and cozy. And I don't apologize for it. I've done it long enough. I've done it most of my life, man. I definitely would be. We call them snowbirds up here, Duria. I'd definitely be an old snowboard. A snowbird. But Calgary's cool when I visited. Maybe that's because I'd never seen a mountain growing up out east. I mean, Calgary's at least like Calgary and Edmonton are nice cities. There's not much to do there. Calgary does have the benefit of seeing mountains from Calgary. You can't see mountains, I don't think, from Edmonton. I'm pretty sure, but mountains you can see them from Calgary, which is really nice. They're both fine. It's just, I don't know. There's just not much to do there, so. Single gas station, that's the only building for miles along a 2-lane highway. There's nothing but plains and cows on either side. That's middle of nowhere. Yeah. Some chicken tendies. I'm not eating gas station chicken tendies. I'm sorry. Never been to Edmonton, so I wasn't sure if it was similar views. It's too bad. It's that far of a drive. Edmonton's like a solid 3 hours. So yeah, it's well, 3.5, I guess. The main benefit of Edmonton and Calgary, the trip between the two, is that you can stop at Donut Mill. And listen, you don't mess around with Donut Mill. Donut Mill's great, dude. Donut Mill's been there since I was a kid. But yeah, Edmonton is a little bit unfortunate for being so far away from the mountains. It feels like when you go north of Edmonton in Alberta, you just hit like the abyss. Because like we had to pick Una up in North Alberta from her breeder, so we had to go through Edmonton, and that is not cool. Although there's this little place north of Edmonton, this little town, I think. What's it called? That I really liked. If I had to move to Edmonton, I'd move to, where is it called? St. Albert. Yeah. St. Albert is like a little growth on the head of Edmonton that's like really quaint and nice. Which, hey, we might have to move there, man. We have to move to fucking Edmonton if Ella's migraines don't improve here. That'd fucking suck. But I'd live in like St. Albert. That place is nice. They had like a street. There's like a dude on the street. You know? It's like, what else can you ask for from a small town? Right? Of the foothills of Mount Rainier, right? Wait, the first time my cousins from Florida visited, they thought they were on the mountain at my house. Oh, because it was so close? Never seen about her rumors of existence, gas station sushi? Yeah, just be careful. Unless you're at a Buc-ee's, I'd avoid it. That's someone during university who told me that they were excited to move back to Moose Jaw. I've never been, but like a hard one to believe too. Where the fuck is Moose Jaw? Honestly, I know of Moose Jaw. Where the fuck is Moose Jaw? Moose Jaw is it's in Saskatchewan, right? Yeah, it's right close to Regina, which is the southern of the two Saskatchewanian cities. Man, Saskatchewan's a real hard sell, dude. Saskatchewan, like at least Edmonton and Calgary are decently big cities. 1.5 million. Red Deer sucks. No one cares about any of this stuff. But Saskatchewan really, really is a hard sell. You know? Who'd want to live in Moose Jaw, man? That's sick. Good for them. Regina's the south city, and then Saskatoon's the north one. Winnipeg, I think, might be okay. I don't know. Winnipeg, I hear, sucks, but, you know, whatever. No one cares about Manitoba. Yeah. I'd love to move out west into BC, but
move to Sasquatch Town.
You do it. You move to Saskatchewan. Okay, you have to be able to spell Saskatchewan before you can move there, so good luck. Thank you for 100 bits, Aduria. Really enjoyed Charlottesville, Waynesboro, and Staunton. Staunton? From Virginia? Are those cities? I don't know, man. I'm Canadian. Because it's hilly, they've never seen so many hills. I guess if you have never seen like foothills, if you lived in like swamps and shit, I guess. Saskatchewan. Yeah, I think you got it right. Probably because it was just on the screen. It's like Saskatchewan's like our Massachusetts. I don't know how to fucking spell Massachusetts. There's like too many C's and J's and shit in Massachusetts. Calgary's a decent sized city, over 1 million. Yeah, Calgary's 1.5 million. I grew up in Calgary. Don't do well above sea level. Yeah. You get used to it though, Seal. You would get used to it. Your body would adjust over a couple months, and you would be fine. Honestly, it's like a superpower. Every time I go down to sea level, I feel like I can like lift a fucking car and like run a mile in like a minute or some shit. I feel like a super powered, like roided out hero or some shit. Whenever you go down to sea level, it's kind of funny, but Massachusetts is there? Oh god, okay. I'm not even gonna check to see if that's correct. Never been to Canada, and I don't know Canadians. This is fascinating to me. I mean, like, if you're gonna go to Canada, I'd say that honestly, the East Coast is like more Canadian. Like the West Prairies, where like Zibsy and I live, is like it's very nice, but I think you can get a similar experience in like a lot of American places or towns or whatever. If you want something that's like uniquely Canadian, I'd either do the East Coast because you can get like the original like colonial Canada, or I'd do Vancouver just because Vancouver's such a cool city. Vancouver, I've heard Americans say it's like what San Francisco should have been. It's like Vancouver's like a really cool, like sort of Pacific, metropolitan city, a lot of connections to Asia, very culturally diverse, very cool kind of place you can go and chill, but it's not like covered with human feces or tech companies. So it's like the good part of San Francisco without like San Francisco. But I've never been to San Francisco, so I don't know if that's true or not. I just heard American friends say that about it. But I think it's worth a trip up to Canada. It's a good time. They're pretty nice out there. You know, or you can see Quebec, because Quebec is just so wildly different than anything you see in America. Montreal, Quebec, I don't know. I've never been to Montreal or anything. It's so expensive. Like, it's funny that it is the same price for me. Consider this. For me, if I was to fly out of Calgary or Edmonton International Airports, all right, somewhere in here, if I were to fly to Montreal, it is the same price as flying to Maui. It's the same price. A little bit less to fly to Maui, honestly. It is similar in price. It's for a little bit more of flying out of central Alberta, you can go to Japan. Okay? For half the price of flying to Ottawa or Montreal, you can go to Las Vegas or Los Angeles. So the problem is, why the fuck would I ever want to go see Ottawa or Montreal when you know, it's like you work for an entire year or two to save up money for a vacation to go somewhere, and your choices are like Maui, or for a little bit more Japan, or like Las Vegas or San Diego or Los Angeles or San Francisco or some shit, or Ottawa. So the only time I've ever been out east really was to go to Toronto, and Toronto sucks. I don't like Toronto. It was like, everybody makes fun of Toronto because everybody from Toronto thinks so highly of themselves, but like realistically, the Toronto was just like very dirty, and you know, I didn't like it. But a lot of people love it, so who knows? Maybe it's beautiful. I don't know. Just in my experience and opinion and all that, it's not. It's kind of overhyped. So that's why I didn't recommend you go to Toronto. So I say like, oh, if you haven't been to Canada before, go to like Ottawa or Montreal or Vancouver. I think those are like the great places to go. Or like if you really want to do like the Canadian Rockies thing, you could go to Calgary and then go to Banff and Lake Louise. Like going to if you flew to Calgary and you got like a car or some shit, you could drive out from Calgary to Banff is about an hour and a bit, right? So like you go through the Trans-Canada, you hit Canmore. Canmore is like where the locals from Calgary go, you know, where Edmonton, they go to Jasper. And you go up to Banff, and then you go up to Lake Louise. And Lake Louise is like one of the most beautiful places in the world. I think a lot of people agree. Lake Louise. Lake Louise is like Canadian Rockies in a fucking postcard, man. Lake Louise is pretty spectacular. It's the entire area, the hikes, the mountains, all that kind of stuff. Jasper's pretty good, but I don't know. That's like more of the it's like a longer drive for the Edmontonians than Lake Louise for the Calgarians. But they're both really nice. They're both really beautiful. If you really want to do like the mountain experience, I don't know, like I don't know what the mountain experience in the US is like. Like if you go to like Boulder, Colorado, I don't know how different Boulder, Colorado to Banff, Alberta is, basically. I need somebody to tell me who's been to both places. Right? But they're nice. There's a song from Massachusetts. More than they need a song from Mississippi. Mississippi isn't that hard though, right? I'd like to visit Vancouver. I like San Francisco. It's just covered in tech companies. Yeah. Yeah. Auto can be decent too at certain time of the year. I take Hawaii 100 times out of 100 times though. Yeah, it's hard, Thorkin. It's the same price to get a ticket from like Calgary or Edmonton to Ottawa as it is to Maui, you know? Like, hold on. Flight from Calgary to... Let's see if there's like what it is right now. So WestJet, yeah, it's about 450 to 600. It's somewhere in that 450 to 600 range for Calgary to Ottawa. If we're gonna do Calgary to Maui, Hawaii, yeah, it's about. Wait. Kilo. Or no. Yeah, it's about 600 either way. So that's like that's kind of ridiculous, you know. We planning Eldaricon? We're not playing Eldaricon yet, Steph, but it'll probably. Where do you guys want to do Eldaricon? For the very first Eldaricon, where do you guys want to go? Where is a cool enough city that everybody would want to travel to? That if I said Eldaricon 2024 is in this city, where's a cool city? No one say Utah, please. Live in Halifax, Toronto, and Vancouver. Toronto's definitely better at the bottom of 3. Halifax is beautiful. I love Halifax. I've been to Halifax before and spent some time there, and Halifax is wonderful. It's just there's just nothing to do besides Halifax. You know? You guys hiked at the big beehive at Lake Louise, best views of the lake anywhere? No, I haven't, but that's on our list this summer. Because every time we go there, we like see it, and it's like, you know, you see it, it's up there, and you're like, how do you get up there? You know, but we've never actually done that that trip up there, Zibsy. So we did last weekend. We did Kananaskis. We went further south into the mountains, which I think we might do Kootenay at some point in time, because Kootenay's like one of those hidden gems in Canada that I feel like we shouldn't talk about before the Americans find out. Because Zibsy, if the Americans find out about the Okanagan, we're fucked. If we lose Kelowna to tourism, bro, it is over for us. So, mods, delete the VOD. Everyone just comes to Chicago. It's right in the middle. Let's see. Does Chicago suck? Does Chicago suck? Let's see. Got an Athletic Greens sponsors or ad.
Hey guys, what's not to love about Chicago? Well, plenty of things it turns out. Chicago has a lot going for it, like entertainment and diversity, but you should consider both the good and the bad before heading there.
Alright.
If you're thinking about visiting or moving to the Windy City, you should stick around for my top 10 reasons Chicago sucks.
Oh.
Welcome everyone to
Sorry, Viddy. Apparently Chicago sucks. Yeah. Sorry, man. Sorry, bro. Yeah, I looked it up. Apparently Chicago sucks, so... I wish I could help you, but I just, you know? Yeah. You hold hands and go to the Tulip Festival? We're not going to the Tulip Festival, okay? Okanagan? No, stop. No. Stop it. Stop taking notes. $20 an hour, it does. Are we going to have weather issues if we do Chicago? There's 2 weeks of good weather. Really? City's crowded and overpriced? Okay, Steph, what city should we go to? Should we host Eldaricon in? What city do you want to... Wait, question on Eldaricon. Will there be a block of hotel rooms, or are we looking to rent an Airbnb and really get to know one another? I am not staying in an Airbnb. I am never staying in an Airbnb. I will never book an Airbnb. I have never booked an Airbnb. When I go somewhere, I want to stay in a fucking hotel. I want to stay in a hotel, and I want there to be a cleaning service every day, and I want my bed made for me, and I want the room to smell like hypoallergenic cleaning products, not whatever the fuck somebody else used to clean their dumpy ass little condo they bought for return on Airbnb. All right, listen, man, I have allergies to shit. I have allergies to chemicals, to cleaning products. I have allergies to perfumes. Bro, we went to Maui, cousin's condo, all right? We had to go buy hypoallergenic detergent so we could rewash the sheets because I woke up the next fucking day with a rash, all right? Weirdly, though, the rash went away when I went in the ocean. So maybe the ocean just has magical properties. But fuck Airbnb, man. I want to stay in a hotel, all right? Give me a Hyatt, all right? If you guys want to stay in Airbnb, I think that's awesome. I will be in the hotel. You let me know how it is. I'll come visit you. But I don't know. What city would you want to host it and stuff? Avoid cities. All right, never mind, Blaze. Not great for cosplay. True. Come to the cornfields. I don't want a horror movie. All right. Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee. Hold on. Chris Stapleton Nashville tickets. Let's see. Where's Chris Stapleton on tour this year? Is he in Nashville at all? Yeah, so it looks like we can go see George Strait with Chris Stapleton in Nissan Stadium, Nashville, Tennessee on the 14th of July. So Tennessee, Nashville, strong contender. Yep, strong contender right now. Currently, actually, unfortunately, at the top of the list right now is Nashville, Tennessee. So I don't know how we feel about that. Let's go watch Moana. Ocean has magical properties. True. The ocean did weird things to me, man. Not like Moana though. The sun of the ocean has magical properties when combined. It's science. Honestly, true. Yeah, I don't know. It like actually like no cap. I actually like being out in the sun and in the ocean every day like helped me with like a lot of my, I don't know, allergies and skin problems and stuff. So that's very nice. I'm running to meeting there in the fall. It's not easy to get there. Is it expensive to fly into? Because it needs to be inexpensive to fly into. This is why, unfortunately, some of you might not like it, but the current leader for where ElDaraCon will probably be somewhere like Las Vegas because it's so cheap to fly to, right? Not all American cities are the same to fly into internationally. And like if you're flying from fucking Germany or some shit, like you're coming to ElDaraCon or whatever, NA, it's gonna be a big difference flying into Nashville versus like Las Vegas. So Nashville on July 14th. Yeah, that'd be cool though. What a mess. You don't like Nashville, Guapo? ElDaraCon in Leroy, Iowa. Population 11. No, I don't live there, nor have I ever heard of it until today. You don't want to go to Leroy? All right. We could hold it in Vulcan, Alberta. They have a Star Trek museum in Vulcan, Alberta. You guys know about that? Vulcan, Alberta. Town of Vulcan. Town of Vulcan, Alberta. Look, man, they even have the Starfleet logo on their town website. They have their official town like logo is the fucking Star Trek or Starfleet. You know? Like we could where is it? Tourism links. Vulcan tourism. A Star Trek station. This town exists. This is an hour away from me, or 2. I don't know. This is within driving distance of Zibsy and I. Okay. Amazing place, helpful staff, lots of Star Trek merchandise. Look at that, man. Vulcan 2023. Bro, we could go to Vulcan, Alberta. Merchandise Explore a collection of Star Trek goods. Look at that, man. This is actually a town in my province where I live. I just boldly went for. Okay, all right, chill. I'm a doctor, not an engineer. Look at all the Star Trek merch you can buy in Vulcan, Alberta. Hey, you guys, Volcon? They have a convention there. Is it a Star Trek convention? Please tell me it's a Star Trek convention. This is 1993. This will be the 30-year anniversary of Volcon. 30 years of Star Trek conventions. In addition to regular festivities, we'll have guests from the new Star Trek series, 2 exciting t-shirt contests, a farewell Sunday brunch, and so much more as we celebrate 30 years of Star Trek conventions in Vulcan. This place exists, okay? This place exists. I think it's closer to Calgary than it is to Edmonton. Vulcan, Alberta. Where is it? You want middle of nowhere? Yeah, it is. Okay, so it's like an hour, maybe less from Calgary. So, yeah, right here. Right here, Vulcan, Alberta. And it's close to, where's Hannah, Alberta? Because Hannah is where Nickelback is from. It's around this area too, I think. It's up by like somewhere between Brooks and Vulcan. I don't know. Yeah, dude, we could do a road trip. We could go to Vulcan and then go see the birthplace of Nickelback. Hey. Nashville also has a life-size replica of the Parthenon. Really? Texas, you think? Montana or Utah? Don't you do anything illegal because Texas is not great in a lot of ways. I love Dallas and San Antonio though. Both are gorgeous cities. San Antonio has a bunch of weird little museums and ghost towns. San Antonio, that's like the growth on the left side of Dallas, right? It's like mini Dallas or whatever. Or no, that's Fort Worth. Sorry, where's San Antonio? Yeah, shit. Which one's is San Antonio a growth on Austin or Houston, or is it a different town altogether? The restaurant, Hotel Archon in Canada. Where do you want it in Canada? In Vancouver? Someone help me dress like a person that knows something about Star Trek. I could help you. San Antonio's own thing, is it? San Antonio. Oh, it is his own town. Oh shit! It's close to. Okay, it's like a real place. All right, cool, man. That seems nice, you know. We go down to San Antonio, Texas, and go see the Alamo. All right, so 1 vote for San Antonio, 1 vote for Vulcan, Alberta, and 2 votes for Nashville. All right. That could be cool, or somewhere on the island. I think Victoria's harder to get to for travel, so I agree it'd be cooler, but for travel it'd be difficult. I think the Alamo is hilarious, is it? Okay, fine. Antonio's the Spurs, NBA. I'm sorry, I don't watch NBA. I watch a real man sport, lacrosse. Fucking lacrosse, Thorkin. I don't think I've ever watched a lacrosse game in my entire life, to be honest. I keep trying to sell us tickets, but I don't want to go see the lacrosse game. See the Alamo? Can we see the cult place too? They have a cult place in San Antonio? Vancouver would be my preference, but I know it's expensive and full of cringe West Coasties. It's not that cringe. It's pretty cringe, but it's not that cringe. So we could go to Vancouver. I think there's more to do in Vancouver than it is in a lot of cities. Now, okay, unironically, if you want to actually talk about Eldaricon, here's the current possibility for Eldaricon. Eldaricon could happen whilst another convention is happening in a city. So, like, Eldaricon could happen in Indianapolis the same week as GameCon? No, Gen Con, sorry. Or Eldaricon could happen in San Diego the same weekend that TwitchCon happens. So, you know, because the first Eldaricon is going to be very, very, very disappointing. All right? Extraordinarily so. So there needs to be another reason why anyone would want to go to it other than just for Eldaricon. So. It's in Waco. Is that a real place? The Albo's next to a bunch of cheesy fucking museums and a weird turnaround with drunk tourists trying to get on a little Cinderella horsey carriages. It's this historic building, but the Americans are trying to keep alive next to the biggest tourist attraction you've ever seen. That's... God bless Texas, man. Watch across the Olympics, and that's about it. I'm ashamed as a Canadian. We're both in that boat. Surrey? We're not going to fucking Surrey. We're not... Dude, man, you want me to hold Eldaricon in fucking Surrey? Have you not... Okay, no, this is... The Lion King Surrey. Where's the meme? Where's the meme? This is it. This is Surrey, British Columbia. Look, Simba. Everything the light touches is Vancouver. Wow. What about that shadowy place? That's Surrey. You must never go there, Simba. This is... We're not going to Surrey. Holy shit. Or some shit. Dude, okay, alright. Yeah, I got triggered there. You go to Richmond. Go to fucking Surrey. Alright. Okay, I'm good. I'm good now.
You can find this meme for literally every city. You're absurd.
Oh, but Surrey's different. Surrey is different, Steph. Listen, I appreciate the 100 bits, but Surrey is different. Just ask anyone from Vancouver. All right, Surrey is where you go when you want to get mugged. Surrey is where you go when you want to stop dating somebody. You take a girl to a restaurant in Surrey, and you basically don't need to break up after that. Surrey is where you go when you want to find knockoff, fake brand stuff, and then have it stolen from you on your way to your car. Yeah. Built differently? Yeah, it is built differently. Go somewhere nice. Recommend a trip or to Big Sur? Where's Big Sur? Got a point about Surrey? Yeah, there you go. Meme really holds true for Surrey. And there you go. The meme might exist for most cities, but the meme really exists for Surrey. Which is funny because I have a friend who just bought a house in Surrey, and he says it's getting nice. We'll see, though. The problem is there's no real events in Vancouver that we can have Eldaricon during. Like, there is a comic convention in Vancouver, but it kind of sucks, I thought. I don't know if anyone's ever been to it. What convention would you guys most enjoy, I guess, happening at the same time as Eldaricon? Would you guys want to go to Gen Con? Ugh, God. Or would, like, another, like, just general NerdCon be better? Because, like, I guess I'll do Gen Con if we really have to. I can go see all my D&D playing streamer friends at Gen Con. Remind them that they're all cringe. What's the vibe if you do it in San Diego? Y'all try and say anything in Santee. What is Santee? Is that like a place? Checks out, I only know one person from Surrey and they had their car broken into after living there for a few months. True. Imagine not being a Chinese billionaire and not buying a place in Vancouver proper to launder money. I don't know who wouldn't, you know? If you're a Chinese billionaire, that's what I'd do with my money at least. Thank you. Wait, hold on. Sanchi? Anchi? What? Dude, I don't know where the numbers end and the letters begin in your name, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Cheers, my friend. Good to have you. My brain read that as Sanchi, but I'm probably vastly wrong and mistaken, so I apologize preeminently. Okay. Vancouver would be cool, though. Vancouver would be nice. There's just nothing to do in Vancouver besides the Elder Archon. Let's face it, how many of TDC have their passports in order? Be honest. Be honest. There's probably nobody. Santee's where hopes and dreams go to die. Oh, okay, nice. I like it. Gen Con's a little bit of everything, to be honest. I also hear a lot about Dragon Con in Atlanta. Atlanta, that'd be cool. Lucy Garthen. Never been to a con. I'd just be happy to be there, to be honest. Okay, all right, fair. Fair. Where should we hold Eldaracon EU, Guapo? You're the only person here with a balanced opinion on Europe. Which city is the most convention focused? Atlanta? You like Atlanta? For 2 more years, got yours last December. Okay. It's also in the 100% true where a huge chunk of the KKK station is SoCal. Oh, great. Okay. Well, you know, we'll probably skip that one. We'll just drive by. We'll see it on the way. We'll say there it is, and we'll just keep going then there. If you do Eldaracon Australia. Let's see. No, we don't want a trailer for another mobile game. Thank you.
Top 10 reasons why Australia is awesome, and purely for clickbait reasons, we're now doing the top 10 reasons the 4th most livable country on earth sucks. Barely in the top 5. Disgraceful.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think...
Number 1, packets of chips here are 90% air.
Oh, yeah.
Chinese people buy cans of Australian air to breathe in their Blade Runner cities. And
yep.
Oh my god, oxygenary.
Yeah.
It's like Smith's
I can't.
thinks we want that, and there's just a little
I
fortune
can't.
cookie.
I
at
can't
the
do it. I can't do it. It sucks too much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. Australia is off the table. Apparently, it sucks. The guy on YouTube said it sucks. So, yeah. I changed my votes. Fuck San Antonio. You want Atlanta? God damn it. I know. That's why I couldn't go to the con in Calgary. Yeah. All right. Fair. Lots of positive votes for Atlanta. What is there to do in Atlanta? Most convention focused? No idea. I think Berlin would be the cool place to meet in Europe. Okay. Germany seems to be the place to go for Eldar Con EU or whatever. If we do Atlanta, it has to be not in the summer, please. No, it has to be in the summer. I want it hot. I want it, dude. When's the Atlanta game Nerd Con? Atlanta Comic Con. It is in June. No, sorry. Dragon Con is in August. August. Oh, yeah. We're going to Atlanta at the peak of August, boys. Let's get it. It's going to be hot. It's going to be sweaty, man. You just wait. Actually, I hear Atlanta's really dangerous, so I don't know. I don't know if Atlanta's a good idea. I've like had multiple friends of mine from the South say when I've like talked about doing my like road trip through the South, they all say avoid Atlanta. It's like really dangerous. So I don't know if that's true or not. But they all live in the area, so I figure they would know. Maybe it's like find a visit or some shit. I don't know. For US, I vote in New Orleans. You want to go to New Orleans, really? Why? Sell me on going to New Orleans. Or sorry, New Orleans. My bad. My French Canadian need to come out there for a minute. Machu Picchu. We're not doing Machu fucking Picchu. We're not. Come on, man. We're not gonna chew cocoa leaves and fucking like pet the llamas or the alpacas or whatever. Back to San Antonio then, but New Orleans is cool as fuck. Pronounced Nolans? I'm not from, dude, everyone who's from there says that shit, but I'm not from there. So, dude, there's too many French people around me to not pronounce it Orléans. I can't do it up here, man. I'm Canadian. Look, even Thorkin used the pretentious E to pronounce it New Orleans. That'd be kind of cool. Cosplay in Chicago in the summer's bad. Can you imagine how bad everyone's going to smell in Atlanta in August? Well, if it's Dragon Con, people are already going to smell bad. It's like it's a nerd con. So, yeah. Nolans.com. Got it. All right, fine. We won't go to. Well, isn't Nashville just going to be as bad? Isn't that like as hot there or whatever? What's with all this like support for Nashville, but in San Antonio, but suddenly Atlanta's going to be too hot? Like, you know, it feels a little hypocritical here, if you have to ask me. Runs cultural melting pot between huge U.S. populations, got a huge booming art scene. It's haunted AF, dude. I love haunted shit. Yo, that could be sick. Do you want things to do in Atlanta? I can recommend Coca-Cola Museum and the Georgia Aquarium. Also recommend the zoo and the Botanical Garden. See, Garthen, is Atlanta as dangerous and sketchy as everyone says? You know this shit. I trust your opinion. I might have my magic card stolen if I go to Atlanta, because everyone I've talked to from the South tells me to avoid it on my road trip. They say skirt right around it and go to the coast. Texas heat and Georgia heat are two different things. What's the difference between them? Stick to the northern states. They're sometimes colder. All right. It's like 24 degrees in Celsius in Nashville. That's nice. 24 is nice. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. I don't mind that. Question is, if I go to New Orleans, can I wrestle a gator in the bayou? Because that'll be the deciding factor if I can wrestle a gator. Less sketchy depending on where you are. If you're mainly going via roads, you should be fine. Or via cars. Okay, well, I guess if downtown's safe, then that's fine. Where like the con would be. If we do Atlanta, it's not too bad. I also sat in a room most of the time. Yeah, okay. New Orleans is for you, even if you don't want to host the con there. Just go there for ghosts. Texas heat is dry. Georgia heat and a lot of the southern heat is very wet. I don't mind the humidity though. Like dude, I've been to like Asia in the summer, and the humidity, I don't mind it. Maybe it's because I'm from Alberta. That's like the driest place in the world. There's like the fucking Gobi Desert sends its water here because it feels bad for us. We're dry in the summer because there's no rain, dry in the winter because everything's frozen. So I go somewhere with humidity and I'm like, this is nice, man. I don't mind this, you know? Go to Florida for gator wrestling. Go to Louisiana for beads. For what? Beads? Like bead curtains and shit? Humanity's nice when you grow up in a dry place. I love Florida summers. Yeah, see, I don't mind, man. Dude, okay, like, maybe some of you haven't had this experience before, But the first time I ever went to Florida or anywhere like humid, I was like 12 or 10 or whatever, somewhere around there. We went to Disney World. It was like the only vacation we took when we were kids. It was dope. And I got off the plane and we walked into the Florida airport and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like, actually, I freaked out. I got off the plane and I'm like, Mom, what's going on? I can't breathe. I'm having an asthma attack. And she's like, no, it's okay, sweetie. It's just humid here. You'll adjust. And I'm like, are you sure? It feels weird. I can feel my breathing. She's like, just give it 5 minutes. You'll be okay. And I did. And it was fine. Because it was the first time I'd been somewhere with actual humidity. And then that same thing happens every time I go to somewhere humid. So like Maui or Japan or whatever. Anywhere with humidity, and I feel like I can't breathe for like the first couple minutes. But it's dope. 10 out of 10 would do again. Maybe not the choking part, but definitely the humidity part. All right, so Steph's official recommendation there is appears to be Jacksonville, Florida. So I don't know. How do we feel about going to Jacksonville, Florida for Steph? Try to set up an event that it's not just what you want. Exactly. That's why I'm pulling the Dragon's Claim. That's why Las Vegas is the best option right now, because it's the cheapest city to fly into. San Diego's generally perfect, so if I travel anywhere, I immediately get sick. That's fair. The New Orleans beads. Wait, what? Show your booba and get beads. Is that? Oh, is. What? I'm confused. I feel it drying out. Yeah. Go Jags. Is that a thing? I know about Jacksonville. Wait, Cone's from the good place? What's wrong with Jacksonville? 9-hour drive? Alright. That's a New Orleans thing. New Orleans loves to party? Alright. Okay. Fine, man. I don't much love to party, so maybe that's why I've never been there. I got invited to go to New Orleans for a party once. And I said no because, mainly because, Cataclysm was coming out. But a bunch of friends from art school were all going down to New Orleans for the weekend or whatever, the week, to go party. And they're like, yo, you want to come, Evan? I'm like, no, what are you talking about? Cataclysm's releasing. What do you think I'm going to do? You think I'm going to play World of Warcraft or go to fucking somewhere down the U.S. and not play World of Warcraft all day? Losers. Maybe it was Mr. Pandaria. I forget which expansion it was, but it was an expansion. So, good food in Jacksonville. New Orleans, you go for Mardi Gras, and flashy titties, you get cute beads. Oh, wait, I know. Okay, I heard about that. Actually, yeah. Okay, it's a Mardi Gras thing. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I'm good. I'm caught up now. I wasn't I wasn't connecting the dots there for a second. Okay. Thank God you skipped New Orleans for that 8+ expansion. It was either Mr. Pandaria or Cataclysm. I don't remember which one. But they were all going down there, and like accommodations were free because they were staying at like someone's aunt's house or whatever. Their aunt had this like big old like mansion in some like old quarter of the city. Like some fucking I don't know what it was called. There's a certain type of mansion or whatever that they're like, oh, we get to go and stay in this type of mansion and I'll be sick. And it's like, I don't know, it's gonna be like a big thing and everybody was all excited about it and they're all gonna like draw stuff while they're down there and then go party. But I had World of Warcraft to play, man. And I think I was dating Elle at the time. I'm pretty sure I was. And so I wasn't about to like go party off somewhere in the middle of fucking nowhere, USA, and not bring my girlfriend. But I was also the only person in my entire art school that had a stable relationship. So no one understood. They'd be like, Evan. I'd be like, what? That same girl is here to see you again. It looks like that girl's brought you lunch again. I'm like, oh, you mean my girlfriend? You still have the same girlfriend as last week? Yeah? Oh, wow. You guys must be really serious. I was like the stable friend for all my friends in art school. Ella met so many girlfriends, because they'd be like, oh yeah, I want to go on a double date. Now I've got a girlfriend. Let's go on a double date with my friend Evan. He's in a stable relationship. They're the only friends that I know that I can go on a double date with. All right. Mop is good. Love Siege Rover Mart. No, you didn't. That's sad. Hope your art school friends gain some stability. I hope so too. Man. But art school and stability aren't exactly, they don't exactly go together. Thorkin, we haven't talked about this. Thorkin, what's the likelihood that we host ElDaraCon in Montreal? Of all the places in North America to host a convention, does Montreal suck as much as most people think Montreal sucks, except for Guapo? Because Montreal could be cool. We could get, like, maple candy and shit. I don't know. Man. I don't know what you do in Montreal. We could go to the French Museum or something. I could look up top things to do in Montreal, Canada. You ever tourists? You go to Montreal? You down from Montreal? You so happy if you hosted in Montreal? All right. As an Albertan, if I go to Montreal, do they just take my money straight up out of my pockets, or do they wait for tax season to do that? Okay, I'm sorry. That's a joke. That's a joke for Albertans. Okay, I'm sorry. That's just a joke for Albertans. Everybody from Alberta thought that was funny. Never mind. Okay, never mind. Oh shit, man. Quebec and equalization payments. Holy shit. It's like you live nearby, but there's a lot to visit. All right, that's fair. There's like some castles or chateaus or some shit, right? Or some fantasy nerd stuff. God, I don't. The balance between like doing too much shading versus waiting for the painting is like so difficult. I know I'm going to paint it. And it's like in some ways I want the line art to serve the painting, but at the same time, man, you know? Maybe it thicker, I guess. We gone to Omega Mart in Vegas? Omega Mart? No, I don't think so. What's Omega Mart? Is this some strip club or some shit? Omega Mart. Explore immersive art. Let's see. Explore America's most exceptional grocery store and more. And yes, and more. Yes. What? At Meow Wolf's second permanent exhibition, the unpredictably mind-scrambling, perspective-shifting Omega Mart. What the fuck? No, I have not been here before. That sounds like some trippy shit, man. Yeah, I'm down. I'll go to a fucked up art grocery store. Why not? What a bizarre intro. Well, that's a little weird. Yep, I'll admit it. It was an escape room, but where you also go to buy groceries. You know, I've never actually done an escape room before. I've never participated in one even once. I've only had one invitation to go to an escape room. Okay? And I had two choices that night. I have two groups of friends from art school. One group of friends affectionately known as the D-Gens. And the other group of friends affectionately known as the Koreans. The D-Gens are named as such because they all play board games every night, basically. The Koreans are named as such because they're all Korean and they do Korean things, all right? And so I was invited to either go to Escape Room with the D-Gens, a new one that opened up in the city, and go to some craft beer bar after, like some hipster dive thing, or I could go drink heavily soju and makgeolli with the Koreans and then go to Korean karaoke afterwards. And here I was with this decision in my lap. And although I wanted to know what an escape room was like for one time, at least once in my life, I couldn't say no to makgeolli and 21 karaoke. So, sorry. Never did an escape room. Highly recommend escape rooms if you like doing puzzles. I mean, it could be fun. Le Viox Montreal has a castle-like building, and the museums are great. Biodome is 10 out of 10 when it's open. Maybe a cool trip, actually, Thork. I don't know. Goes from an old grocery store to, like, walking through a mix between an episode of Rick and Morty and a Lovecraft Eldritch Horror Story. Can you buy things there? The cereal boxes are color-coded a specific way. Wait, what? Gotta miss 2 a.m. bar crawls and karaoke. Yeah, it's a good time, man. Should I draw a goth? Wait, Donnie Mommy? Sorry, I don't know what came over me. I'm just drawing it anyways, though. Why steal? What about this has inspired? Okay, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. Yeah, I don't want to know. I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it with being good and just whatever happens as far as I'm concerned. You buy things at Mega Mart, pretty much everything there. Wait, so you actually buy things, not just like an art exhibit. Okay. I mean, I do like artsy shit. So. Wiggly eyebrows. Stop. Station your eyebrows. Holster those eyebrows, Steel. Please holster. We're not even on Project Evangeline stream time yet, so. Alright, so currently it looks like Eldaracon and the top votes are for Atlanta, Montreal, or San Antonio kind of passed. Nashville kind of passed. Jacksonville kind of passed. We'd like an official record kept of this, so we know where to hold the convention. Fuck, I have to do work to do like announcements and stuff for Eldaracon. God damn it. God damn it. Buy anything with a price tag on it. They even have like tattooed chicken. The fuck? Alright. I'm down. Tablet doesn't feel like working right now, apparently. Alright. Good tablet. At least the tablet has the moral authority to say so. God bless the tablet. It kind of would be cool to do somewhere in Canada, but I don't know. I feel like there's a novelty to flying to Canada for a lot of the American TDC members. It'd be kind of fun. But I wonder if it's like really expensive to fly to Canada. Like, where is okay, let's do like, hold on. A lot of people are West Coast. Let's do Google flights. LA to Vancouver. It's like $500, 400 Canadian. 400 Canadian is like what, 300 US? What is Flair Airlines and why is it only $200? What about LA to Montreal? $700. St. John's, Newfoundland. We're not doing it in St. John's, Newfoundland. Come on, man. St. John's, fucking Newfoundland. Seriously, what? You want a man with wearing like fucking rain pants and no shirt to ask you, what are you at there, bud? You just do that for free in Las Vegas, okay? You just we're going to St. John's, Newfoundland. New Orleans kind of passes too. That's true. Weirdly expensive to fly to Canada, so the only time my family has gone all without me, I've been by car. Yeah, maybe Canada's a bad idea. How much is it to fly to New Orleans from? Let's do Calgary to New Orleans, Louisiana. Okay, I have a choice between American, United, and Delta. Which one is the one that sucks the least between United, American, and Delta? Because Air Canada is on there, but it's more expensive. American, United, and Delta are the three options here for this. For, oh God, I don't want to fly. Delta, does it suck the least? 100% Delta? Wait, does Delta suck the least or suck the most? I always wanted to go to Canada because my grandparents would go there every few years. They never took me. That's sad. But 500 flight to Vancouver, plus everyone would have to have a passport. Is that really that big of a deal? Like, dude, how many people, like, your average person, your average, like, let's say 25 to 60-year-old, what percentage of Americans in that demographic have, like the relevant demographic, have, like, passports, you know? You ever had an issue with any of them? All right, Blaze says American. So, Blaze thinks that I should fly American. Which is the one that had the old dude on the plane? You know, like the old dude's face. Was that Alaska? Are they still around? Okay, it'd be like $800 Canadian to fly there. That's so expensive, man. Hit there for $500, 12-hour layover. About half of Americans have a passport. Only half of Americans that, like, the relevant age has. Huh. I guess it makes sense. You know, there's no reason, like, there's no reason to leave the U.S. for most people. For Canadians, going to the U.S. is, like, pretty common. But I guess if it wasn't for the U.S., if we didn't, like, if we, for some reason, let's say we didn't need a passport to go to the U.S., I think it was like that, actually, for a long time ago, where you just needed your, like, driver's license to go domestic or to the U.S., or so old people have told me. I wonder if Canadians wouldn't have passports either. If we didn't have to have one from leaving North America. Alright, New Orleans is a bit expensive, but I can make it happen. Be your subathon goal. Subathon goal, actually host a Eldaracon. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave the sleeves and the deep shadows blank because I'm going to probably be painting over it anyway. So, as Alaskan Air, okay. 470 with a 24-hour layover. Only 24-hour layover. That's not too bad. You know? All right. You can save $5, spend 12 more hours in an airport. Sign me up. Look. That's $5 extra you have for the vending machine in the airport. Or consider it as 12 more hours you don't need to be at work. I'm just saying. I am just saying. So. I think realistically doing it at the same time as like Gen Con or something would be a bit better. Because we don't have to like rent out a venue. We just all go meet up at Gen Con or something. Unfortunately, though, unironically, Ella might demand it be in Orlando so she can go to Disney at the same time. So all of this discussion might be for naught when Ella just decides we're all going to Disney. So 12 more hours to pretend I like playing my Switch. Oh, that's rough. I brought my Switch camping with me, Blaze, and I didn't actually use it even once. I had a couple games with me, and I didn't want to touch my Switch and get it all dirty. Because I have the fancy one with the white controller. I was worried that I'd get, like, soot on it or whatever from the fire. Hi, Fishy. What's up? How was your trip? That's very, Is my Switch when waiting for a ride from the airport when I went to Atlanta? You only ever use your Switch once? Once in your entire life? Dude, how do I play video games again? I, like, don't want to play video games anymore. I, like, want to play my Switch, but I don't, like, want to actually play it, you know? It's like, I want in theory to play it. It was great? Damn, okay. I need some pictures, alright? I need pictures so I can live vicariously through you. Fish, you were talking about where to host the first ElDaraCon. What do you think? Currently, it's between Atlanta, New Orleans, or, wait, where's the other one? Nashville? No. Why are these all in the South? San Antonio? I don't think San Antonio was on the table. I think after the Alamo incident, I'm pretty sure San Antonio was off the table. Montreal was it. Las Vegas. Las Vegas is great because it's so easy to get to. But if we're going for the city on its own, yeah, Montreal, Atlanta, or New Orleans. For some reason. Where do you think is the best city? Because you have a mystified love of the South. I suggested Las Vegas, okay? This has all been chat today, okay? This is everybody else. This is not, dude. I do love the South though. I want to go play like my harmonica on some front porch with some old guy while we drink sweet tea while he plays the banjo. That's what I want, man, out of the South. I want that. I want to go wrestle an alligator. What else? Orlando, because I too would go to Disney World. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Orlando. You know, keep saying Chicago. We decided that Chicago sucked. We looked at the YouTube video, and the YouTube video said that Chicago sucked. So we can't go to Chicago because the YouTube video said that Chicago sucked. So I don't know what you expect here. You know? Steven wouldn't let me bring an alligator home from Florida. Why not? What are you going to wrestle with? What are you going to turn into a pair of boots? Yeah, come on, bro. What a dick move. Guilt of Disney, we all wear Dragon's Claim t-shirts so we can find each other. Oh, no. Matching t-shirts. Oh, God. So, the first ElDaraCon, which is going to be online, the ElDaraCon line, is going to have a t-shirt. All right? There will be a t-shirt for the Eldara online convention, and I will wear it. Okay? He didn't want it in the car. Oh, okay, that's fair. No, I can sympathize. You've hidden it in your luggage. Or maybe by Splash Mountain. We're not going to Splash Mountain, bro. All right, I want to go to Splash Mountain. I'm not getting wet in fucking Disneyland or Disney World or whatever. All right. I am a fan of the new Splash Mountain redesign though, because Princess and the Frog is one of my favorite Disney movies. I don't care. I don't care. Tiana, best in slot. All right. Of all the Disney princesses one can equip into the emotionally damaged adult Disney fan best Disney princess slot. Yep. Tiana's best because Tiana actually does some shit. All right. You got Cinderella. She's all like, "Oh, I want to be pretty." Ariel's like, "Oh, I wanna dance." All right. Mulan's like, "Oh, I want to go bring honor to my family." All right. Mulan's pretty dope. But Tiana's like, "I want to open up a fucking business and make some bank, bro." And I'm like, "Hell yeah." All right. It's my fucking kind of Disney movie, man. Kind of for Atlantis, but wait, what? For Splash Mountain? Yeah, they're doing the Splash Mountain is being redesigned to Princess and the Frog ride, so yeah, I've never actually been on Splash Mountain. Actually, no. I have when I was younger, but ever since I was older and going to Disneyland with Ella, since we started going to BlizzCon in our 20s, I never went on Splash Mountain once. I do not want to get wet. I hate being fucking wet and just like waiting to dry off all day. It sucks. Then you go in somewhere shaded or whatever, and you don't dry off, and you're just wet and miserable, and you spend 3 hours unhappy for like 30 seconds of, wow, that was a crazy drop, man. Why did we have to do it on a ride that was also wet? So, fuck Splash Mountain. Cinderella just wanted the night off. Don't fuck with her. That's true. Yeah, I guess. Orlando would be cool. Orlando would be expensive, though. Flights from Calgary to Orlando, Florida. Why is Orlando less expensive than anywhere? Wait, hold on. Calgary to Orlando or Edmonton to Orlando is only $500. And we could all pick the same Disney hotel to stay in. All right. Yo. That's fucking dope, dude. We could go to Orlando for $500 on $600 on a Canadian airline that I get like points and shit with, right? Orlando specifically has Disney World, other theme parks. That's true, man. Dude, we could do EldoraCon in Orlando. Go to Orlando for $83 right now. Is that a tank of gas? I could do my ultimate road trip. We could do the ultimate TDC road trip, where like I start in Western Canada, and we go across and we pick up Thorkin, and then we go down to Chicago and pick up Vidi, and then we swing down and pick up Fishy and like Garthen, and I don't know who else is all on the east. And then fuck the West Coast. Steph can fly. She's a rich corporate CEO anyway. Cobalt's a rich corporate CEO. He can fly anyway. We could get Blaze, I guess, on the way to Thorkin, too. And then, right? And we could all go down to Disney World, man. Blaze on the way to Thorkin? Yeah, man. Yeah, you just do a little dip. Just go the little scoop, You get me after Vidi. It's not that far. All right, fine. We won't do the road trip. We won't do the TDC Summer 2024 road trip. Fine. You guys have killed it. You've killed the idea entirely. We're not renting an RV and then taking our trip across America to get all the TDC members to then stay at the Great Wilderness Lodge RV park in Disney World. Fuck you guys. Fine. That's it. Fine. The dream is dead. You all killed it. I'll go on an RV road trip across America by myself then. All right. Anyway, it's 2, man. I gotta go do some shit. So, yeah, bro. Cool. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Now that Fishy's here, I have to leave because, I can't ever hear her hearing of all my plans for Project Evangeline. You know, I can't have her stealing my ideas. That'd be bad. Yeah. So anyway, I'll be live tomorrow. We'll chill. We'll do requests. It'll be fun. Requests are gonna be different soon. We're gonna be going to about 500 requests, and then after that, something's gonna change. And how it's gonna change, I don't know. There might be news of an Eldaricon line this summer at some point in time. That'd be kind of a fun little event. Nothing massive and serious, but it'll be a fun thing, hopefully. And Eldaricon, actually, I am unironically looking at doing something next year. So it'll have to be after the Kickstarter and whatever else. So have a great rest of your day. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a great rest of your week into the weekend. If I do see you tomorrow, make sure you come with the good ideas because tomorrow's gonna be kind of PogChamp. Last Friday, my stream just borked. Streamlabs just killed it. So who knows if that's gonna happen this Friday, because I'm probably not gonna get my alerts and everything moved over until the weekend. So we're probably gonna be on Streamlabs at least until Friday, Saturday. So oof, cross your fingers. Anyway, thanks for chilling today. I appreciate you guys. Until next time, my friends, farewell.
Well, I remember when I was a little girl, the first time I met Minnie Mouse. She was just the idol of mine. She was just so cute and so frilly and so dainty that I wanted to act just like her.
My favorite ride was the race cars. And when I was little, my dad had to press the pedals, but I mean, we still ride together, but I can press the pedals now.
Mickey giving me my first Mickey hug. He gave me a hug this trip, but that first Mickey hug I remembered, and my daughter got the same hug.
I can remember leaving at the end of the day at Disney World, the fireworks going up over the castle, and you think Tinkerbell's gonna fly out there any minute, and you got your family in your arms right there, and you go, it just doesn't get any better than this.
Can you remember the way it used to feel when you believed in make-believe and fairy tales were real? Remember, and you can be a child again, free to live your fantasy. It never has to end. The feeling that your heart could just take wings. You could live out all your dreams, no matter how, no matter when. You can reach that one again. It's like a dream come true. It's still inside.
That's gonna be expensive. Hey Google, how do I create an MLM?